And welcome to the October 8th, 2025 meeting of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners. We have 5 meetings this evening: a Sustainability Committee meeting, a Finance Committee meeting, a Grants and Community Development Committee meeting, Open Space and Township Properties Committee, and the Economic Development Committee. Now, before we start, I ask that you please silence your cell phones. There is amplifying equipment available for those who are having difficulty hearing during the meeting. That's available by the Township Secretary up there. The room is also equipped with telecoil technology. Later, when the room is open for public comment, we will first take public comment from those who are present in the room. We will then turn to those who are attending virtually. If you are in the room, we ask that you use this podium to your left and that you introduce yourself with your name and broadly where in the township you live before you begin your comment. And it is a practice of this board to not respond to any comments until we have heard all the comment, and then we will address them. So with that, we'll get started. The first committee is the Sustainability Committee. I recognize its chair, Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, President Sinai. Good evening. We have one item on the agenda tonight, and that is authorization to advertise an ordinance regarding the regulation of gas-powered leaf blowers. So what we're going to do is hear a presentation from our Sustainability Manager, Paloma Villa. Then I'll put a motion on the floor. We'll turn it over for public comment, and then the board will have a debate on the motion. And I'll have more thoughts and comments along the way. But for now, Paloma, why don't you tell us what we're talking about?
Good evening. Tonight I'll be presenting a proposed ordinance restricting the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in the township. This is something that has long been requested by township residents, and it was highlighted as a board priority this year. And it also aligns with the Township Sustainability Plan, which recommends implementing programs to accelerate electrification throughout the township. The purpose of the ordinance is to reduce air pollution, persistent noise, and health impacts for people who live and work in Lower Merion Township. Residents have been vocal over the years about the nuisance that gas-powered leaf blowers cause, and the data support real environmental and health harms. This ordinance is designed to address those concerns in a balanced and practical way. So over the course of several years, staff have reviewed environmental and health research. We've interviewed landscaping companies, tested equipment in our township's own operations, and spoken with peer communities that have already implemented restrictions. The township also held an educational event with the American Green Zone Alliance so that landscapers could learn directly from experts, and we also consulted with them on the ordinance provisions. And so the ordinance that you're seeing tonight reflects all of those different inputs. One of the big takeaways from our review is that leaf blower use varies a lot by season, especially in this part of the country. In the summer and winter, the tasks like clearing clippings, pool areas, or light snow are generally lighter and more manageable with electric equipment. But in the spring and fall, when you're dealing with heavier, wetter, and denser materials, gas blowers are still preferred to meet safety and service expectations. Township staff have been piloting electric equipment of all kinds for several years now. They've integrated electric mowers, trimmers, and even leaf blowers where feasible. And what we found is summer and winter work can be done successfully with electric tools, but spring and fall cleanup and certainly storm cleanup still rely heavily on gas equipment. So we're not yet able to maintain the same level of service that residents expect with electric equipment year-round. And this is important not only because of the standard that we and our residents have for maintenance of township properties, but also because it informs what kinds of costs and challenges that institutions and large property owners and commercial landscapers are likely to have with that same equipment. So we had in-depth conversations with other municipalities that have implemented similar or more restrictive regulations as what we're proposing. White Plains, New York, Concord, Massachusetts, Montclair, New Jersey, and Washington, D.C. have all implemented restrictions. And what we heard consistently from them was their operations had to adjust, their service did suffer a bit, and costs were high, especially for batteries and charging infrastructure. And they, across the board mentioned that the seasonal restrictions proved much more workable than year-round bans. And so these lessons helped us shape an ordinance that we believe can succeed here in Lower Merion. So what we're recommending is a seasonal restriction. And the reason for that is because we expect that to be enforceable while also reducing impacts during times when electric viables are generally viable, and also avoid the steep costs and service challenges that a year-round restriction would incur. This approach also helps landscapers, residents, and township staff to start with a smaller number of electric blowers, batteries, and operational adjustments than what would be needed to accommodate electric leaf blower use in spring and fall. So essentially, it's a practical balance between our environmental and health goals and operational reality. So the draft ordinance, as proposed, would take effect May 1st, 2026. Starting then, gas-powered leaf blowers would not be allowed from January until March or from May until October. And they would still be permitted throughout March, April, October, November, and December when heavier cleanup requires extra power. These rules would apply across the board to residents, landscapers, contractors, and the township itself. And it would apply to all properties within the township without exception. The proposed ordinance also restricts portable generators from being used to power electric blowers or to charge their batteries. And retailers and resale markets that sell gas blowers would be required to post clear signage about the restrictions for the first 2 years after the ordinance takes effect so that consumers are informed at the point of sale. The township manager would have discretion to suspend restrictions temporarily, for example, after a major storm that brings down trees and branches, so that safety and cleanup needs can be met quickly. Enforcement would primarily be complaint-based, which is consistent with how other municipalities have operated. Penalties would escalate with repeat violations, with $100 for the first offense, $250 for the second, and $600 for the third or more within a year, plus court costs. There are a couple of slight amendments to the ordinance as currently written that are recommended by staff. The first would be to permit use of gas-powered leaf blowers to move snow when snow blowers and electric leaf blowers are not sufficient, so just during and right after a snow event. And the second would be to it's just an administrative change, references to gasoline-powered change to gas-powered, just for consistency throughout the ordinance. And with those adjustments, staff recommend authorizing the advertisement of the proposed ordinance. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Before I go to public comment, I just want to take the chair's privilege to ask you a couple questions since it's going to affect the amendment I have to make. I've got like 4 pages of changes here. So with regard to the snow removal, could you talk a little bit about why? I've never actually seen somebody use a leaf blower to do snow removal. Why do we need leaf blowers when we have such things as snow blowers?
What we've heard from the landscaping community as well as residents and our own staff is that there's just a couple of instances where maybe a snow blower might be too big for a space, or an electric blower is not powerful enough, or a combination of those two things where they're still expecting to need gas blowers. And it's similar to like sort of the emergency provision where it's really just needed for a short period of time, and then they can put it back up for the rest of the winter.
Okay. And then you and I in the sustainability leadership had discussed an adjustment to the spring schedule. I have an amendment proposed from Commissioner Grimes that we would add June. Do we add June, or do we switch it from March and April? Sorry, we add May. I apologize. Mm-hmm. Do we switch it from March and April to April and May, or should we be adding May? Is it additive, or should we move it?
I think that's up to the board. Moving it would make it the same number of months where it's restricted, versus adding it would, of course, make it, just about equal the number of months that it's banned to the number of months that it's allowed. The justification for adding or shifting is the same, and that's to allow for spring cleanup to occur throughout the month of May. Shifting it would have the added benefit of encouraging spring cleanup to start a bit later, which is shown to be beneficial for pollinators, so.
Gotcha, okay. When I make this motion, I'll make the motion with the shift, and then Commissioner Grimes, if you want to, it has your name on it, that's why I'm talking to you. If you want to add back in March, I'll let you amend my motion. So right now, I want to turn it over to public comment, and then everyone else on the board will have lots of time for debate and questions for Paloma and whomever else. Before I go to public comment, I know there's probably several people who want to speak. Just a few reminders. As you might imagine, there's going to be some changes to the ordinance from what we have advertised in the agenda. In particular, I plan to make a change that will set a phase-out schedule. So don't yell at us yet. There are some of us on the board that intend to have these seasonal bans get removed. And so then I want to remind everyone that we're going to have a 3-minute time limit on public comment. If you're speaking on behalf of a group and you're going to be the only speaker from that group, we'll do 5 minutes. Don't feel like you need to repeat what's already been said. We've gotten lots of emails and every one of us has read it. We are aware of a lot of this, but everyone will get a chance to speak who wants to speak. So with that, please.
Commissioner Courtney, before we, if I may, you just said at the outset you were going to make the motion.
You're right.
Public comment?
Thank you.
Just...
I totally didn't do it right. So here we go.
Okay.
I move that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice of intent to adopt an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Lower Merion, Chapter 92, entitled Property Maintenance, to add formatting of the chapter into articles and to add a new Article 3, gas-powered leaf blowers, to provide definitions for terms used to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers during the period May 1 to October 1 and January 1 to March 1. Actually, let me change that. During the period May 1 to October 1 and January 1, during the period June 1 to October 1 and January 1 to April 1. It takes me a second. Annually. To prohibit the use of portable generators to directly power electric leaf blowers or to charge the electrical batteries thereof, to require that notice of the prohibition of the use of gas-powered leaf blowers be posted at establishments in the township that sell them, and to provide violations and penalties for the enforcement hereof. In addition to what's in our packet, I'm going to change the last whereas clause to include the following language after the words public natural resources, to also include the statement to protect public health. I'm going to change section 92.6A to include a new subsection C to read, these restrictions shall not apply during snowfall and within 24 hours after snow has ceased to fall. Another change, this will be a blanket change of the words gasoline-powered leaf blower to gas-powered leaf blower in the sections 92.4 purpose, 92.5 definitions, 92.6 gas-powered leaf blowers, 92.8 emergency suspensions, 92.9 notice of provisions. And then finally, the three-phased approach that I mentioned in my email. In summary, we will start with the fall and spring exceptions. Then phase 2, 2 years after enactment of the ordinance, we will remove the spring exception, so leaf blowers only allowed in the fall. And then phase 3, at 4 years after enactment, no gas-powered leaf blowers. So that will change section 92.6A to include the following language after the first sentence. Beginning January 1, 2028, and for every year thereafter, the use of gasoline-powered leaf blowers shall be prohibited from January 1 to October 1 each year. Beginning January 1, 2030, and for every year thereafter, the use of gasoline-powered leaf blowers shall be prohibited for the entire year. And we will be removing the word seasonal in the last sentence. I hope everyone followed. Do we have a second? Thank you, President Sinai. All right, now back to public comment. Please, sir. State your name and where you live.
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Joaquin, Penn Valley. I come in front of you guys as a high school student, as a nature lover, optimist, and a fellow Lower Merion constituent. I'm here because I love this district enough to want to improve it, and I believe a great place to start is by banning toxic stress machines we call gas leaf blowers. So, as the generation that is bound to inherit this planet, I believe it is imperative we set up a future that is healthy and sustainable. So every day, I take my walk home from school, great time to decompress after a long day. I have a beautiful path. Now, sadly, I've had to desensitize myself a bit to that classic loud ringing frequency we all know and dislike. And I can remember one vivid experience when I walk up the hill to find myself in a large cloud of toxic dust and gasoline combustion, whatever it is. And in this cloud, I have some time to reflect. I look at me, I look at the landscapers who are paid so little, who do so well in making our yards look beautiful, but when every time they go to work, they put their health on the line, their nerves, their hearing, their psychological peace, our retired seniors who have to hear this day in, day out, and our kids that want to walk home to school in peace. And I think, why do we have to do this? Well, we don't. There's a solution. It's been proven to be cost-effective, clean the air. So I believe the time to make change is now. Thank you.
Thanks, Joaquin. That's a hard act to follow.
One second, please. I know a lot of you will want to agree with what you hear tonight, but if you could, please hold the applause so we can just keep things moving.
Okay. Well, hi. I'm Nancy Winkler and live in Ward 12. And I'm here tonight representing the Environmental Advisory Council. Specifically, I worked as chair of the EAC during the period where we worked so closely with the township and staff, primarily Paloma, in crafting the initiatives that have been included in the township's sustainability plan. And that plan acknowledges and specifically incorporates strategies to meet the township's resolution 2116, which adopts goals for planning for Lower Merion's transition to a carbon-free energy future by 2045. The township's own sustainability plan calls for decarbonization and electrifying all of the township's operations, as well as supporting electrification throughout the entire community. And it makes the plan makes a very important point, which I want to highlight, which is the faster that we decarbonize, the bigger of an impact it has on the greenhouse gas problem, that because these emissions stay in the atmosphere for so long. So I think that's important. We're always talking about delay here. So every time you hear about a delay, I think just store that away. It's an important point made in the beginning of the sustainability plan. So partly in response to the longstanding community pressure and because of our environmental and human health concerns that have already been raised, the EAC worked for years with the township staff. We had a working group that I was on in part during COVID, and then in 2022, I was tasked to prepare a policy paper that was approved by the EAC in 2023 and was submitted by the EAC to the Board of Commissioners in September of 2023, so that's 2 years ago. The paper's 20 pages long, and it has over 80 references in it. It considered what other municipalities have done. Many have already fully implemented bans. It considered the state of the electric technology, the expected life cycle cost savings, which was not mentioned in the presentation, but you can easily go online and go to the manufacturers of commercial grade gas-powered leaf blower manufacturers, and they have calculators that help you figure out what the savings is. And I looked at one today that shows $4,000 worth of savings for one crew setup. Now, this is not just for gas-powered, but in a year for one team that might be out. Yes, there's an upfront cost associated with buying new equipment, but it is much cheaper to run, much, much cheaper to run. So we considered all of these things and came forward with a recommendation that also took into account the human health problems and the fact that blasting leaves destroys soils and kills our insect and pollinator populations, which are crucial to our ecosystem. And then, of course, the greenhouse gas emissions. Our proposal from 2023 called for a number of things. One was a complete ban on the use of gas-powered leaf blowers to take effect 2 years after the passage of the ordinance, with the recognition that we do need a period of time for a phase-in. And if the 2-year period immediately following the adoption date, there would be a restriction to seasonal fall and spring cleanup periods. And I'll skip the other recommendations, but they did cover some of the things Paloma raised, particularly a storm cleanup situation and banning the use of portable generators. The EAC met last month, our September meeting. We had the benefit of having seen the proposed legislation, and the EAC voted unanimously to send me tonight to share our perspective. And most importantly, they asked me to stress the importance of an amendment to provide for a total ban 2 years after adoption. The points that the EAC specifically focused on were that more municipalities have implemented total bans since 2023. So we're learning how to do this. We recognize that there may be some bumps along the way, but we also know the township's going to save money over time. That technology has continued to advance, and there are cost savings. The low-frequency sounds that penetrate the buildings will continue to be a problem during the period of time, whether it's 5 months or 6 months. I gather there's a debate about that. As will the other environmental and ecological concerns. Just because it's cooler weather doesn't mean those environmental and noise problems have gone away. They're still there. And we obviously are very concerned about human health and environmental damage. And everybody also mentioned that, and I thought maybe I could have a minute more because I'm speaking for the EAC.
Okay.
Thank you. We did find a way to manage leaves before the advent of leaf blowers. I remember that well, and it was acceptable to the community. Finally, the EAC felt that without a total ban that would be known, of a known date, that the issue would continue to be a major public concern, and there would continue to be calls for a full ban, taking up staff time and EAC time, and which time could be used much better for staff to deal with the other roughly 60 other initiatives that are in the sustainability plan. And from a management and efficiency perspective, we felt strongly that there are better uses of staff time than continuing to relitigate this issue. So we want to thank you for all the work that you do to make Lower Merion such a great place to live and to work. And we recognize that there are going to be some challenges and some bumps, but that's just the way it is when we make a change, and that's part of getting to a better place. And here we really believe that a full ban will absolutely improve the quality of life for the vast majority of the people who live in Lower Merion. There's some outlier concerns that have been raised about large institutional properties or very large private properties, but we're talking about the vast majority of the population. This will have an immediate positive impact on their lives. And finally, we really hope you take care to think about this issue for all of us who live here and breathe this air. I'd like to ask the Girl Scouts to come up now. They actually came to the EAC last year and gave a presentation to the EAC about their concerns on air quality in Lower Merion. And we researched their specific concerns, which had to do with wanting an anti-idling ordinance, but found out that That wasn't something that was within the legal powers of the township, but they remain concerned to know what they might be able to speak about where the township could make a difference. And so we let them know about this event tonight. Thank you.
Hi, we are Cadet Girl Scouts from Troop 7171. We are concerned about air pollution. About 1 year prior to this meeting, we met with the EAC to urge the ban of car engine idling, which is an issue we are still passionate about. We were appalled to learn that gas-powered leaf blowers emit far more air pollution than cars. Increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is one of the main causes of global climate change. We support a total year-round ban on gasoline-powered leaf blowers.
Gas-powered leaf blowers contaminate the air with harmful particles and chemicals. This causes and worsens a variety of lung and heart ailments. Children are especially vulnerable. Children breathe 50% more air per pound of body weight than adults. Exposure to engine exhaust worsens asthma, and prolonged exposure can cause people to develop asthma. Air pollution is damaging to the cardiovascular system. It can trigger heart attacks and can change heart rhythms in people with heart problems. Inhaling particles from air pollution has been found to disrupt the body's ability to regulate the pumping of blood and stresses the heart.
The inhaled particles also provoke immune cells and cause inflammation in the lungs and heart. Long-term exposure to combustion-related air pollution increases the risk of developing lung cancer. Besides polluting the air, gas-powered leaf blowers are incredibly loud. Noise pollution causes stress to many wildlife species, interferes with their ability to communicate with one another, and can change their migration patterns. This poses negative consequences for entire ecosystems.
We are urging you to protect our health and our future with a total ban on these toxic machines in Lower Merion. Thank you.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. Hi, I'm Dr. Gail Herron, professor of OBGYN at the Lewis Katz School of Medicine at Temple University. I've lived in Marion for the past 53 years, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on an important topic. Some of what I'm going to say is kind of a repeat of what's been said. I'm going to be quick, though. Gas-powered lawn blowers, GLBs, are a major source of air pollutants that impact health. GLB combustion engines are extremely low efficiency. 30% of the gas and oil that they use is unburned and released directly to the atmosphere. The California Air Resources Board estimates that operation of the GBL for 1 hour releases emissions equivalent to driving a car for 15 hours or 1,100 miles. GLB emissions include carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, benzene, nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons, and particulate matter. In addition to impacting respiratory health and increasing asthma risk and severity, these pollutants are associated with numerous health outcomes, including cancer, heart disease, and dementia. The air released from GLBs can reach speeds of 200 miles an hour, sending dust, pollen, pesticides, mold, and heavy metals in soil into the air where they can be breathed in. GLBs can expose users to greater than 100 decibels of sound, the equivalent to a jackhammer or a jet taking off, and well above the level which chronic noise exposure leads to irreparable hearing loss. The low-frequency sound produced by GLBs travels long distances and can penetrate walls and windows. The World Health Organization recommends general daytime outdoor noise levels of 55 decibels or less. Some manufacturers estimate noise exposure from GLBs for bystanders from as far away as 50 feet to be 70 decibels. In addition to damaging hearing, noise affects quality of life by impairing communication and learning, reducing ability to accurately complete complex tasks, and increases stress. The high-intensity noise that GLBs produce is particularly harmful to the developing ears of infants and young children because their auditory systems are undergoing a rapid growth and development, and these developmental processes are easily disrupted. This hearing loss is permanent. We should do everything we can to avoid hearing loss at all stages of life because it is cumulative over the course of one's life. Studies have also shown that exposure to excessive noise during pregnancy is associated with preterm birth and high-frequency hearing loss in the child. In addition, findings suggest that exposure to higher levels of ozone, primary traffic, non-exhaust related particulate matter during pregnancy may increase risk of preterm birth and stillbirth, and a possible relationship between long-term traffic-related noise and risk of preterm birth. I support a total year-long ban of gas-powered leaf blowers now and not waiting until 2030. Thank you so much.
Please hold the applause.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in on the applause as well, if I may. And I know it's tempting to applaud for the causes and the views that you support. There are a couple of reasons that we ask for no applause. One is to keep the meeting moving along, but the other is that there may be people in attendance who do not share your view. And when you applaud for the views that you do support, you actually make it harder to speak up if someone else has a different point of view. And I think one of the values we have as a community is that we want to hear from everyone, no matter what their point of view is, and have them feel welcome in this room. So, I appreciate the sentiment, but if you could just not exhibit that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ron Munson, and I'm a newcomer to Marion Station.
You can pick up the microphone. Be closer to it. Thank you.
You couldn't hear me very well?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm the first one here. Closest.
Okay. My name again is Ron Munson, and I live in Marion Station, District 12. I'm here to voice my support for myself and on behalf of my family and grandchildren in support of the complete ban from the noisy and polluting gas-powered leaf blowers. But like others have stated, I'm in favor of hastening the conversion to electric equipment. So I would lobby for making the banning ordinance contingent on 2 amendments. The first being a year-round ban to begin January 1 of 2027, and the second would be during the 2026 phase-out year to allow only the 6-week fall exemption. We really need to move this further more quickly. The phase-out year should allow plenty of time for both residents and commercial entities to purchase electric or battery-powered power equipment. And I don't think the lack of power argument really holds up. I've used electrical equipment myself for the past 5 years with no problems at all, even though it's not on a commercial basis. Toxic air pollutants and excessive noise from gas-powered leaf blowers, as you've heard many times, I'm sure, diminishes everyone's public health and well-being year-round. It's not a seasonal concern. Continued use of gas-powered leaf blowers further diminishes efforts to reduce or eliminate climate-changing greenhouse gases year-round. It's not seasonal. I want to thank all of the Board of Commissioners here and the Township staff and all of the people who have conducted the research for their very thorough and thoughtful research in the efforts to enhance the quality of life and to maintain a leadership role in sustaining a healthy environment here in our communities. I would urge you please not to kick the can down the road with ongoing exemptions and without a very clear, definitive total ban in the near future. Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit these comments.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me? My name is Kate Cronin. I live in Wynnewood, right by South Ardmore Park. My neighborhood I describe as dense suburbs, less than a quarter-acre lot. And I feel like the gas-powered leaf blowers have taken over my neighborhood since I first moved in. When I first moved in, I read up about lawn care. I had no idea. And I learned that if you just leave the grass clippings when you mow in the spring and summer, it actually fertilizes your grass naturally. So I've never owned a gas-powered leaf blower or an electric leaf blower because That's not what the research told me is beneficial for my lawn. So I'm not sure why in my neighborhood it seems like there's been a takeover of these leaf blowers that are blowing grass clippings all over the place. I'm a mom of a 10-year-old and a 3-year-old. We love to be outside. My husband built me these lawn chairs so I can sit outside and enjoy being outside. And in the summertime particularly, when they're off from camp or we're having slow mornings, it's awful to be out there with my cup of coffee, my kids playing, just to have a crew show up who I don't begrudge doing the work they do. I respect them for the work they do, and I respect my neighbors for needing to hire them. But their machinery and the backpack blowers are disproportionate to the work that they are doing, particularly when you don't need to blow the grass clippings. These grass clippings come in a big cloud. They come onto my garden. I literally have to brush them off my plantings because there's grass clippings all over. My kids and I, when they show up, sometimes we'll try and go to the backyard where we have a little bit more shelter, but it is so loud. I can't hear my 10-year-old and my 3-year-old speak to me. I can't hear my own thoughts. We go inside. I still can hear it, even in areas that are more quiet. If I try and do a Zoom call for something work-related, you can still hear it in the background because they're going from house to house. It's all the time. It's before 9 a.m. on a Monday morning. It's 4:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. And I will add one more thing. My next door neighbor actually only uses electric equipment. Again, he has no need for an electric leaf blower except for in the fall. But his equipment, I don't have to go inside when it comes by. It is just fine. In fact, I can have a conversation with my other neighbors while he's working. So that's, thank you for your time.
Good evening, President Sinai, Vice President Kramer. I'm Isabel Melvin from Wynnewood. And I'd like to recognize my Commissioner, Sean Whalen, and the rest of the Board of Commissioners. And the staff, thank you very much for all you do for us here in Lower Merion. The Clean Air Council is Philadelphia's oldest environmental nonprofit, founded before the EPA, before Earth Day, and before modern Clean Air Act. They have been fighting for everyone's right to breathe clean air since 1967. I'd like to read a letter from Logan Weld, senior attorney from Clean Air Council. The letter reads as follows. Clean Air Council supports Lower Merion passing legislation that bans gas-powered leaf blowers year-round in the township. Clean Air Council is grateful for the efforts that Lower Merion has undertaken to protect its residents and its employees from the dangers associated with gas-powered leaf blowers. Lower Merion should be proud that it is leading the charge in Pennsylvania, a truly noteworthy endeavor. The dangers from gas-powered leaf blowers are well known. The two-stroke engines in gas-powered leaf blowers are among the dirtiest of gas-powered engines. Although they are light and powerful, these engines emit much pollution than other gas-powered engines and are much less fuel efficient. I'm not going to go into the rest of this because we already heard this from our OBGYN neighbor. She spoke about this. So in addition to the air pollution, there is a significant amount of noise pollution. The noise levels from gas-powered leaf blowers can exceed 100 decibels. This is the equivalent, as she said, of a jackhammer and can cause permanent hearing loss for those using the equipment or anyone close to it. So the Clean Air Council believes the proposed legislation does not adequately protect residents and workers in Lower Merion. The proposed legislation does not ban gas-powered leaf blowers during the months that usually see the most intense use of this equipment. The Clean Air Council believes that the best legislation would provide for a phase-out period with a fixed date that would entirely ban gas-powered leaf blowers year-round. Thank you very much, and I have a copy of this letter, maybe I could give it to you.
You can give that to the Township Secretary.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Jill Cordry. I live in Bala Cynwyd. I think we are all aware of the environmental and health detrimental to us from gas-powered leaf blowers. I spoke to you all last year, and I've heard many of the same things I spoke to you last year about. And I think we all know this. I want to thank the Sustainability Committee for bringing forward the proposed restrictions on gas-powered leaf blowers. I read the proposal from beginning to end very carefully, and my comments tonight are in response to that proposal, not anything, because we all know how bad these leaf blowers are. Okay, so I am addressing what the proposal is and the months that they would be used, okay? I'm not saying I like them, but I want to address what's been proposed. Okay, I have 3 suggestions that during the spring and fall operating periods would help maintain the safety, health, and quality of life in our neighborhoods. First, that gas-powered leaf blowers only be allowed to operate Monday through Friday. On Mother's Day this year, my husband planned a brunch. My daughters came down from New York with their children and husbands. They cooked a fabulous brunch, and it was a beautiful day. And just as we sat down at the patio table, the Mow and Blow landscapers arrived next door. They did next door, they did across the street. 11:30 Sunday morning, Mother's Day. It's not just Mother's Day. I agree with the mother that was here just a few minutes ago. You have children's birthday parties, barbecues, all kinds of events that happen during the spring and the fall. Not knowing when landscapers are going to descend upon a street makes it impossible to plan anything outdoors. Which brings me to my second suggestion. Notifying neighbors ahead of time when a major fall or spring cleanup will be done. My neighbor behind me has a very large yard with lots of trees. The fall cleanup takes most of a day. They very kindly let me know when it will be scheduled so that I can arrange to be away from home that day, or at least not working from home. Bringing this amount of pollution and noise into a residential neighborhood should always come with notice so that all nearby residents are aware of the upcoming cleanup day. And third, restricting the number of gas-powered blowers allowed to operate at the same time on a residential property. During the fall cleanup, there are often more than 1 or 2. I have seen and heard 5 or 6 going at once. This may make the job faster, but it also makes it unbearable, not just for neighbors, but anyone jogging, walking their dog, or children walking to and from school. Again, I thank you for all the work you have done and the fact that you are moving forward. And I do ask you to consider restricting gas-powered leaf blowers to weekdays, or for that matter, mow and blow, anything that uses more than one machine at a time, to weekdays. And when major cleanups are scheduled... Ms.
Cordry,
okay.
please
Okay,
wrap it up.
major cleanups are scheduled, inform your neighbors, and restricting the number of machines operating at once.
Thank you.
Hello to all of you. My name is Paulette Jelinek, and I've lived in Haverford for 48 years. I'm here, as all the speakers before me, as concerned citizens of Lower Merion, and on behalf, in my case, of several of my neighbors and friends who could not attend tonight, especially those with respiratory ailments, such as asthma, and also those like myself who do creative work at home that requires concentration, nowadays, unfortunately, often disturbed by the high decibel noise of gas-powered leaf blowers. I'd like to focus, though, for a moment on the fact that as of this month, there are 113 year-round bans on gas-powered leaf blower use in U.S. municipalities, with many more on the way. In our Mid-Atlantic and Northeast region alone, there are 34 bans already, of which I'm going to read just 10 of them, of communities that are mostly quite similar to our own. Maplewood and Montclair, New Jersey, White Plains, New York, Montgomery County, Baltimore, and Chevy Chase in Maryland, Washington, D.C., Alexandria, Virginia, and Lexington and Concord in Massachusetts. It's hard to understand and accept that our township cannot successfully adopt a full ban on gas-powered leaf blowers if so many communities can. And if they can do it, why can't we? In your briefing, you did not focus on the successes of these communities in prioritizing public health in their achievement of year-round bans. It would also have been more helpful if you had included how we could learn from and be informed and inspired by these communities, instead of only describing the challenges faced by municipal staff. Your responsibility as commissioners is to protect our environment, and in this case, simultaneously to protect public health for everyone in our community, including even the landscape workers who might not live here. And, I'm generalizing in some ways, but referring to all the specifics that the speakers before me have cited about the air pollution and the noise pollution. In conclusion, I urge you, as all of the speakers, again, before me have urged you, to adopt and implement a complete ban on gas-powered leaf blowers as of January 2027, and also to amend the proposed ordinance to limit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers to 6 weeks in the fall of 2026, during the 2026 phase-out transitional period. As you've heard, so many facts and figures about the harm of these gas-powered leaf blowers to our health, environment, and overall quality of life posed by these GLBs is interrelated, overlapping, and immediate. So therefore, I believe we should not delay, as other people have said and cried out for your consideration of, but rather try to reduce and eliminate that harm as much as we can and as soon as possible. Thank you.
I'm Phyllis Blumberg, and I live in Wynnewood. I'm a longtime resident of Lower Merion. Thank you to the Sustainability Committee, to the commissioners, and particularly to Paloma, for proposing a long overdue ordinance to restrict gas-powered leaf blowers. I appreciate how hard you worked to craft this proposal and how many hours you spent deliberating. Because gas-powered leaf blowers are a known danger to our health and our environment, they should be phased out quickly. Montgomery County is ranked one of the worst in Pennsylvania for nitrous oxides, particulate matter, and other pollutants that are released by gas-powered leaf blowers. And this includes Allegheny County, which is always one of the worst in the nation for all kinds of things, and we know what's out there because of their industry. These poisonous gases that are known to harm humans and animals, causing such illnesses as heart, cancer, and lung disease, cognitive impairments, and hearing loss. I myself have experienced significant hearing loss in the past couple of years. Can't say it's entirely due to this, but I think it's part of it. I also have trouble breathing whenever there's a gas-powered leaf blower anywhere within about a block radius of where I am. I am asking for 2 amendments to the proposal to better protect our public health. 1, during 2026 only, which it should be called a phase-out year, gas-powered leaf blowers can only be used for 6 weeks, starting October 15th and going until the end of November, when there are the most leaves on the ground. The ban would be good for the rest of the year for all of 2026. And this would serve as a phase-out period during which people would still be permitted to use them in the fall, but allowing for a preparation for a complete ban in the following year. And this, I think, is a fair way of getting people used to it. Number 2, as of January 1st, 2027, the start date should be for a full-year leaf blower ban, gas-powered leaf blower ban. These amendments are consistent with what other equally tree-covered municipalities have done. As you have heard, there are lots of others. We are not the pioneers on this, so we need to get it done. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Jacobs. I'm a resident of Marion Station. I've lived in Lower Marion Township for 42 years. It seemed to me that a lot of the discussion of this is focused on the question of, can we do it? You know, is it possible? And that's all focus. I think it all comes back to the report that has been prepared that basically says, well, that's a good idea, but we're really not quite there yet. So I made a list of some of the technical objections. And the longer the list became, the more unrealistic it was for me to try to get through all of these points in 3 minutes. So the idea was raised that lithium batteries are dangerous because they might light fire. Okay, so I have 5 responses to that. 4 responses to the idea that electric equipment will be stolen. 6 responses to the point that the cost is too great. 4 responses to the technology is not there yet, and 2 to the idea that electric blowers are heavier and will cause worker fatigue. I'm going to spare you the effort to try to go through all of those points in the next couple of minutes. Instead, I want to make a couple of quick points. One is that, again, I want to echo the point that a number of people have made, which is to thank all of you for all your service. I know it must be incredibly tedious to listen to us for hours and hours and hours, and it's not something I could possibly do. And I also want to emphasize the fact that I think we all agree on a lot of things. I mean, the format here has us standing up and speaking, and, you know, in a one-to-one situation, you can kind of quickly agree on certain things and then, you know, find points in which you might be able to resolve differences. But when people are giving speeches and other people are listening, it doesn't kind of facilitate that. But I think we agree on lots of things, and I think for me, there are a couple of main points that I want to make. One is that I think we're going to need to work together. After this ordinance is passed, I'm strongly in favor of having a phase-out period. After 2 years, it's got to be a full-year ban. But whether we have that or whether we have a 7-month ban, we're going to all have to work together on a lot of public education. I don't know exactly what the role of the Health Advisory Committee might be. I went to their meeting the other day. But there's a lot of people who are, you know, annoyed by noisy leaf blowers, but they don't have any idea of how bad they are for public health. So I think that there's a lot of work that we're going to have to do together on that. The main point I want to make about the report is, you know, to emphasize a point that was, I think, has been made by a couple of speakers, which is it's been done, and it's been done, and it's been done. And the idea that we're not there yet. The first leaf blower ban was passed in 2004 in Canada, okay? You know, Maplewood, New Jersey has been doing this since 2016. The other places have been doing this for years and years and years. But why should you believe me, you know, instead of your committee? Well, don't believe me, let's go to AI. Okay, so I typed into Google AI, I typed the following question. Has the ban on gas-powered leaf blowers in Washington, D.C. been successful? And the answer that AI gives you is, where are we here?
Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, the district has been considered successful, and so on and so forth. So the point is, this has been done. It can be done. It's been done in lots of places. 3 out of the 4 places that are cited in the report have end dates. They have phase-out periods. And so I think we should too.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Jason Landau Goodman from Bala-Cynwyd. I'm an environmental attorney. And I'm here in my personal capacity. I've formerly worked in air quality for a governmental agency. This is such important move that you're considering making, so I just want to be short and sweet. Thank you to the staff, to the commissioners involved with this. thank you for listening to your constituents and advancing the strongest version possible. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. David Pohl. I am clinical professor of medicine at the University of Pennsylvania, and I've lived in Lower Merion for 35 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. A lot of what I was going to say would be redundant from the very articulate presentations that preceded me. I just wanted to share that it is my opinion that we're living in the midst of a dire healthcare crisis in Lower Merion now. And this is caused by these gas-powered leaf blowers. As you know, they cause, we've heard that, cause cancer, heart attacks, strokes, lung disease, hearing loss, cognitive deficits. And inherent in your consideration of a ban of gas-powered leaf blowers is a recognition of their extraordinary health risks. So thank you for your recognition of that and going forward with some ordinance. Unfortunately, these healthcare risks disproportionately affect our children, our elderly, the workers that do the work for us, and our pets. And it is important to understand that these risks are present in full force whenever gas-powered leaf blowers are used. So any extension of the use of these gas-powered leaf blowers means that the healthcare risk is not mitigated. Part-time exposure does not mitigate this risk. So as an example, when we finally established that secondhand smoke caused lung cancer, we didn't prohibit smoking in public buildings on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We prohibited smoking all of the time, thereby mitigating the risk. And I think it's analogous in this situation. So why wouldn't we eliminate these risks for good from Lower Merion? I think you are the custodians of our health and the citizens' health of our community, and I implore you to follow the same principle by which healthcare practitioners practice, which is that first, do no harm. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diane Blum from Bala-Cynwyd, and I actually want to just piggyback on that because I did want to talk about health. I support a year-round, as soon as possible, ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. I live in a wonderful neighborhood that I love because I can walk everywhere, and I love to walk. And during the fall and spring, it's often just too noisy and too smelly to take a walk in my neighborhood or find a route that I can take to get where I'm going without having to go through the clouds of pollution. But that's been especially more difficult in the last couple of years because I now have chronic migraine. And so now, and I don't know if you know anything about migraine, and I hope you don't, because you don't want to have lots of personal experience with migraine. But the first thing that any practitioner will tell you when you have migraine is to make a diary, clock when your migraines happen, and then try to find triggers. What are your personal triggers? Because everybody is a little different. And they give you lists of things that trigger many people to look for. And the lists overlap, but they all include many of the same things. This one from the NIH gives you a list of 12 things. One of them is strong smells or fumes. Another one is loud or sudden noises. For me, loud noises definitely trigger migraine. And I know that I'm not alone in this. It's one of the things on the list of common triggers. So just a couple days ago, I was picking up my granddaughter to take her to the library and put her in the car. And I got her from her house. And as I was going to the car, the leaf blowers next door start up. And I was unprepared. I usually have earplugs when I'm outside. Unprepared for this, because I wasn't expecting it. Putting her in the car as quickly as I can, but she's a baby and I'm a grandma and it takes some time. Anyway,
By the time I got her in the car on the way to the library, I already had an aura, which means that my migraine is starting. And this happens to me. Loud noises trigger migraines. Is this tragedy? No, it's awfully inconvenient for me. But in the context of this being a real health problem, I just wanted to put a face and a personal story on how this is affecting me and other migraine sufferers, for sure. Thanks.
Good evening, I'm Holly Manzoni. I'm in Region 5, or whatever we call those things. First of all, I'd like to commend you on the quality of the writing of the ordinance. I thought you were very thorough and thoughtful in trying to balance everything and make this work for everybody. But I think in doing so, what it comes down to is the health issues that a number of people have spoken about tonight versus the logistical issues of how to get this in place right away. And realistically, I think that logistical issues pretty much come down to money. Anything that needs to be done, if you pay enough to buy more batteries or whatever it has to be, you can solve that with money. Health issues you don't play with. I mean, we're talking about some permanent damage that happens to people, and I think as you're trying to solve this problem, weighing money versus our health, I think there's no question we have to put the health as the top priority right now. So I'm hoping that Lower Merion, the wonderful township that we are, can be added to that list of successful municipalities who have banned the gas-powered leaf blowers. And rather than kicking it down the road or whatever, let's pull the Band-Aid off quickly. Let's just do it now and go for a full ban now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roz Warren. I live in Ballykinwood, Pennsylvania. I'm a retired librarian. I'm 70 years old, and I've stopped driving, which means that I walk a lot. I walk for at least an hour a day. The great thing about Ballykinwood is this is the most walkable place to live. I could go just about anywhere I need to go on foot. The not as wonderful thing is the fact that when I'm doing that, very often I have to deal with the noise pollution and all the particulate matter stirred up by the gas-powered leaf blowers. So I end up walking down the street like this because the noise is so loud that otherwise it hurts. So I'm walking down the street like this, and that's uncomfortable and unpleasant, and also it's a little bit dangerous because I can't hear what's coming up on the sidewalk behind me, and sometimes there are people on bicycles, there's people on skateboards. At 70, I like to be more aware of my surroundings, and that enables me to be. Sometimes I have to move off the sidewalk entirely because there's so many particulate matter in the air that it's hard for me to breathe, so I'm crossing the street, coming back. Again, that's unpleasant and dangerous. There have been days when I have to take a 20-minute walk, and it's continuous. I mean, you just go from one to the next to the next. Everyone's got a leaf blower in their neighborhood, and there isn't a moment of silence to walk in. I think what you're doing is great. I want it to happen as soon as it can possibly happen. At 70, I don't have, that much longer. And so, the faster, the better. I was taking care of a 1-year-old baby the other day, and she started making this noise. We're playing. She goes, and I'm like, what is this child doing? There was a leaf blower outside the window, and she could hear it through a closed window. And this 1-year-old is, instead of what does the cow say, what does a dog say? It's like, what does the leaf blower say? And I'm thinking, she shouldn't, this should not be part of her experience and her vocabulary. So again, I don't want, the sooner the better for her, so that this is no longer part of her environment. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julia Newman. I live in Marion Station. I'm here tonight as a parent and representing some friends and neighbors who are also young parents who couldn't make it out tonight at dinner time. I'm also here as the representative of my son who has asthma. And I appreciate all of the work that this committee has done to bring this ordinance together and to bring it up. And I'm here to just urge for a total year-round ban as soon as we can possibly make it happen. I spoke to this group last year and will reiterate that we do everything that we can to protect my son when he's inside our house, within the environment that we can control. We moved out of the city in 2019 when he was a baby. We dust every day, we vacuum, we don't have pets, we give him his allergy medicine, we are very careful, and it is so frustrating that the moment that he walks outside, he encounters secondhand exhaust from these machines, and there is nothing that we can do about it. I will note that his primary allergy season is early fall to the first frost. So for our family in particular, a year-round ban is so important. And I will just say that childhood is really short. My son will be 14 in 2030. And after hearing everything that all of the medical professionals especially have said tonight, I mean, just thinking about the damage to that kid's lungs for the next 4 years is really hard to take. So I appreciate all of the work that everyone in this room is doing to move this along as quickly as possible. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Brad Whitman. I am a Kent Road, Wynnewood resident. I have a few things to say, the first of which I ask Paloma Villa to give my detailed memo of April 2024 put it into the record of this case, because I researched in great detail, it is my field, environmental law and science, the health impacts, and this is an extremely dangerous and ill-advised action for this commission to take. It would be the first time that any commission, any municipality has licensed and made legal gas-powered leaf blowers after the major peer-reviewed health article from Harvard Medical School came out, which is in the memo I gave to Paloma. That Harvard Medical School peer-reviewed journal is 14 pages long. It goes through a host of adverse health effects, most importantly on elderly people. We have retirement homes throughout this township, and those people are being subjected to stresses which are undeniably beyond their ability to withstand. It is absolutely outrageous that this body would consider a 2-year extension of this ban for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Those people, those elderly people, and I'm speaking on behalf of Waverly Heights and many other people, have to inhale and be subjected to these colossal amounts of noise and fumes for absolutely no reason to their health. It was known extremely well in my memo of April 2024 and given to Paloma Villa specifically for this proceeding. Now let me move on to performance and cost. There are so many red herrings in this proceeding, I'm astonished. When I came back from my vacation, my entire lot was filled with invasive species of all descriptions that I needed desperately a landscaper. I was very fortunate in finding Leo. Leo came and he said, I can't do it without a leaf blower. And I say, why don't we coordinate on this? I'll buy the zero emission leaf blower and you use it. He's been there using it. And I will tell you that we've done it 4 times, and the only thing about it that he's had trouble with was the most important feature of the zero emission blower, the most important feature. There is a variable speed trigger on this. It is not on the gas-powered leaf blower. When you pick up that instrument and you pull it down, you are getting a 250-mile-an-hour Hurricane 5 force wind going straight down to the ground and bouncing up into the air, a huge cloud of dust and allergens. The variable speed on these blowers gives you between, in the blower that I built, between 273 cubic feet per minute to 650. And you can do it from 273 to 600, to 800, to whatever amount you want. When you see the leaves on the ground, you don't need that massive amount of blowing. What it's doing is taking all the bad stuff and putting it up into the air. When my leaf blower Leo comes in, he lowers it down. Can you do that with a backpack? Never. A handheld leaf blower goes down here and it pushes the leaves sideways into a clump. That's the whole purpose of it. You don't need the 600 or 800 CFM. I researched thoroughly before I bought the blower. And I said, well, what about the cost of this thing? I keep hearing about cost and performance. And I went to the leaf blower guide.
Mr. Whitman.
Am I over?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll give it to you.
One more sentence. I think we've gotten your memo, or Paloma can send it to us.
Well, this is not in the record, so I'll give it to her.
Thank you.
I did say I was speaking on behalf of Waverly Heights. That doesn't give me any credit. Two parents up over there sucking in this stuff.
Hi, my name is Gerhard. I'm the owner of Sustainable Lawn Care Services. We have been operating all battery since 2020, and I will be the first to tell you I'm against mandates. From the economic picture, they're way more expensive. What you don't realize is that all the batteries, all the companies, they want to push all these batteries on you, but they really don't last very long. I can tell you we have thousands of dollars of paperweights at this point, just sitting around. Nowhere to really recycle them, nothing to really do with them. When there's really just one cell bad and there's no company that will fix them because there's massive liability on it. I can also tell you that to be able to run a one-man mowing crew, we've spent $6,000 on an on-the-go charging system. And while that's fantastic, that doesn't get you a piece of equipment. And the equipment is nowhere near as powerful as what it needs to be for the massive lawns that are in Lower Merion. We do lawn treatments, so we do operate on some very large lawns. I think that if there were to be a transition, it would take massive, massive, massive education. Personally, I don't believe that leaves even have to leave a property. I mean, they fall from tree to biodegrade and feed that tree the exact nutrients it needs to grow. The fact that we're all scared of leaves is beyond me. But from a purely financial point, you're going to destroy small companies, small businesses enforcing this. And then you're going to make a higher cost barrier to entry for others. I mean, think about high school kids. They're not going to be able to operate a mowing company, and they're never going to get business experience. And there are so many successful entrepreneurs that start out saying, I started with a lawn care company. They can't even do that. You know, I mean, $6,000 to not even have a piece of equipment that works. And I've been through 4 blowers at this point, and they crap out. They're really not that great. Now, again, I'm not fully, I don't believe that leaves really need to go, but I do think that we're not there. I talk to other lawn care companies all the time. I'm happy to help them switch over, pass on my knowledge of doing this. I mean, I've been in the industry for about 10 years now, and operating fully electric for 4 or 5 years now. I'm in support of companies transitioning. I'm not in support of forcing a ban. Just the pure economics. Also, we got to realize they're not as strong, so it's going to take longer to do the job. What do we sell? Time. So then it costs more for the services to happen, and a large company, 10, 15, 20 crews, extra time, they're going to need way more equipment. So that's what I have to say about that.
Good evening. My name's Edward White. I live in Penn Valley. I've been a resident of Lower Merion for the better part of 60 years. I grew up here. I currently have 6 children. Most of them have grown up in Lower Merion at some point or another. Although I agree with the philosophy of converting completely to electric, I do not agree with what I would call a draconian implementation of this ordinance. I believe that extending the period, at least for residents, to be able to continue to use the gas-powered leaf blowers. Often they have variable triggers on them. Mine does. Mine happens to be less than a year, well, it's about 2 years old now. And it would be a significant burden financially for me to change over to an electric one, even though I only use it occasionally. And that's my point. As a resident, I don't use it all day long. I use it for a few hours. I might want to use it to clean up because I might be having a social event at my house. As a side note, I have asthma. I have hearing loss. I'm a pilot, private pilot. And I also have allergies. I do respect everybody's opinion here that they said about what their children have and what they have, and that's why ultimately I would agree with what you're doing here. But to do it as complete and as quickly as you're proposing, with the township itself saying that the current equipment is not at a level where they can use it effectively, is counterproductive. Lastly, I would just like to say that I appreciate everything everybody has done. I respect all the comments. I would also say some of the information that has been presented today is not accurate, but ultimately, for the betterment of the health of the community, I would agree with the overall implementation of this, but not on the schedule that's proposed and not limiting residents from doing their own work. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Michelle Detweiler. I live in Penn Valley, and I'm an ecological landscape designer in the landscape industry. Fortunately, for my planting projects, landscape crews don't need to use gas-powered blowers, but I do experience them 4 to 5 days a week, probably because I work outside all the time locally, and they're on neighboring properties. So deeply polluted air and noise traverses property lines. I often cannot hear my clients to talk to them or breathe when I'm outside with them. So I'm really relieved and grateful to the township for discussing this issue, and I appreciate the proposed amendment very much for phasing them out completely. I hope that we don't have to wait until 2030, but eliminating them in spring and fall is really important because that's when they're most used and therefore most polluting. Hydrocarbons and nitrogen oxides from blowers increase the lifetime risk of cancer, damage lung tissue, and contribute to smog, the reason we introduced catalytic converters in cars. These aerosolized chemicals infringe on the right of clean air of neighbors who are not using the equipment, and the deafening noise levels would not be allowed by our noise ordinance except that landscaping equipment is so far exempt. Making a switch to electric year-round would protect workers in the landscape industry, but also township staff who are at most risk of losing hearing and damaging their lungs. Montgomery County has the worst air pollution in the state. I often wonder why, as a well-educated community, we're voluntarily polluting ourselves like this. Why are we using equipment that generates CO2, the main global pollutant contributing to climate change? We know better. Because of the dangerous particulate matter created by all blowers, which damages fragile air sacs in the lungs, we should use this transition as an opportunity to shift attitudes towards their use in the first place. We're removing too many leaves from our landscapes, which is breaking the carbon cycle. It's taking food away from our trees, compacting soils, preventing them from slowing and filtering stormwater, and destroying insect communities like fireflies who need leaf cover to survive. We could reduce blowing and leaf pickup by 90% or more if we return natural processes to large areas and private landscapes. Please provide Parks and Rec with the budget they need to buy new equipment soon. Some landscaping companies have been running all electric for 5 years. Maplewood, New Jersey has 80 landscapers signed up to use only electric blowers. It's been very successful for them for 2 years. Current electric blower technology is already second generation. Mobile charging trailers make long running times possible, and studies show that the cost of investment in batteries and blowers, despite what we just heard recently with the newest equipment, will be recouped in future years due to avoided fuel and maintenance costs. This means that despite the upfront cost, this will likely save the township, landscapers, and homeowners money in the long run while improving the quality of life for residents and workers. So I thank township staff and landscapers who are already troubleshooting a shift in technology, which can feel hard at first. Embracing a stronger policy shows that we care about each other, our trees, our shared environment, and that we can act on new information to improve the quality of life. Thank you.
Orsolya Lazar, Marion resident. Change is often challenging, yet it's essential not just in biology, but it's also for any organization. Adaptability is the crucial element that makes different organizations successful. Whenever we face challenges or changes, we need to ask the question, is it something that's impossible, or is it something that might be just difficult? There is a big difference between the two. And this switch from gas-powered blowers is neither of those two. It is not impossible, and it's not as difficult as we might have heard from some of the people. There are many different options to handle leaves. There's human nature to find something that's just one perfect solution that will solve all our problems, and maybe we just buy one different equipment, go from gas-powered to electric-powered, and that's it. But we don't need to find one perfect solution. We can use 10 imperfect solutions that are tailored to each individual situation. We could leave the leaves, as Michelle mentioned. We could mulch leaves with mowers. We can rake leaves, we can use brooms, there's electric brooms, there's street sweepers, there's lots of different equipment that are more suitable for handling leaves and especially handling dust than how leaf blowers are used currently. And often you might see neighbors and landscapers using leaf blowers to just blow leaves around outside out into the street or onto someone else's property, and it just goes back with the next wind. It's not really a solution. I also want to point out that when the township parks staff switched from picking up leaves to mulching them with their gas-powered mowers, the noise was reduced, the air pollution was reduced. They can do it faster, more efficiently. And if we're encouraging residents to learn about different options for handling leaves, there will be fewer leaves bags put out by the curb. The township will have to have less time spent on picking up those leaf bags. So it could be a saving on the township's end. I would also say that Pennsylvania Constitution says that people have the right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of the natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment. You were elected to represent us, not landscapers. Now that you heard all the different impacts of the gas-powered leaf blowers, I would ask you to, now that you know better, please do better. Be the leader.
Good evening. My name is Jessica. I live in Montclair, New Jersey. You might wonder why I'm here tonight. First, I'm here because it worked out really well because Pennsylvania is my mother's ancestral land, and I have a cousin who lives nearby, so I was visiting with her, and I learned about this meeting, and I was able to attend in person. The reason I'm here is because I come from the future. I come from the future where our elected leaders, 2 years ago, after a resident-led campaign based on public health, won the day, the months, the years, and the public health of our community is stronger for it. The public health of the landscaping employees is stronger, and the public health of the municipal staff is stronger. I hope I might have a little bit of extra time if it's okay, because I had spoken to Ms. Vila a couple weeks ago, because when I read about my own town in your briefing, there is misinformation in it, and I called her to correct it, and I don't know if the correct version has been issued yet, but I certainly hope it will be. It says here that, let's see, several schools, institutions, and county parks in Montclair are exempt. There are no schools and no institutions that are exempt. The county parks, we have 3 of them. They are not municipal land. However, I worked very closely with our county leaders, and they, as of this fall, will be using electric in the county parks inside Montclair. We asked them if they would accommodate our ordinance, and they have agreed to do so. It says here, for example, that there's a report of service interruptions to change batteries. Does anyone know how long it takes to stop at a gas station to refuel, to mix oil and gas together and put it in a funnel into a tank that goes onto someone's back? Do you know that the reason why people are working to get rid of gas-powered leaf blowers is because 30% of that fuel comes out of the machine unburned? That's the 2-stroke engine. That's why it's so loud and so polluting. 30% comes out, PM 2.5, in your environment. This briefing seems to have talked to the speakers tonight have been amazing. There's so much I don't even need to say. It's in this room for you. You've already heard it. In this, your ordinance described the nuisance of air pollution and noise generated by gas-powered leaf blowers. It's not a nuisance. It's a danger. Hearing loss, emphysema, elevated risks of cancer, respiratory illness. These are not nuisances, they are realities. Mount Sinai, Icahn School of Health, they have a dedicated webpage to gas leaf blowers. It's the only machine on the site, I believe. Gas leaf blowers are health hazards.
Ma'am, please.
Okay? I urge you to move quickly. Montclair, Maplewood, Washington, D.C., Larchmont, New York, Irvington, New York, White Plains, New York, Evanston, Illinois. We have accomplished this. We have a lot of resources to share with you, with your landscapers. This is possible. We're going into our 3rd fall without them, and our town is safer, including our municipal staff. Your municipal staff should be issued N95s this fall to work with when they have that machine on their backs. I highly encourage it. I'm going to leave you with one last thing. Francis Perkins, President Franklin Roosevelt's Secretary of Labor, said, "A government should aim to give all the people under its jurisdiction the best possible life. On measure, the gas leaf blower is the worst possible machine allowed to operate across one's jurisdiction. If you serve industry, you may disagree. If you serve the greater good of your community, please pass this legislation and have a stricter ordinance that moves far more quickly." Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Hallie Friedman. I live in Marion. I've lived here for more than 40 years. I appreciate everything that all of you do. It's extraordinary service to our fantastic community, which is a great place to raise kids. And I appreciate that you had a sustainability pledge or plan. And part of what I understand from that plan is that you want to, amongst many other wonderful things, advance social equity. And I would like to speak on behalf, not of the landscape owners, but the employees, who are not always people of color, but often people of color. Not always immigrants, but often. Often people for whom English is not a first language. These are people who are vulnerable. They may not be tax-paying residents of our community, but they work here and we depend on them. And I think it is part of a social equity compact, which you yourselves spent a year developing to protect these people. Frontline Landscape workers suffer hearing loss, dangers from handling the oil and gas, harms from breathing the toxic fumes, hand and arm vibration syndrome, which we residents don't experience, only the landscape first-line workers do, vibration white finger syndrome, which I don't even know what that is because, of course, I'm not a landscaper, and carpal tunnel syndrome from the use of these gas-powered leaf blowers. I also find it, as a resident, extremely difficult to swallow that our neighboring communities, not California where they have palm trees, but Maplewood, New Jersey, Montclair, New Jersey, Montgomery County, Maryland, they're just like us. They have the same tree canopy, the same climate, the same geography. How can their township employees and their private landscapers do this year-round? It doesn't make any sense that we are not able to do this. If they are able to do this, we should be able to do this. We are a wealthy and we're a progressive community, but now we are behind the curve. This weekend, USA Today had an article entitled, "Bans on this landscaping tool continue to spread across the US." And it's spreading everywhere, from coast to coast, with one exception, and that is Texas. Texas is trying to go in the opposite direction, and I'm quoting here from USA Today, not from the Progressive, not from The Nation, not from some, left wing. This is USA Today. Texas is, quote, "passing a law prohibiting the outright ban on these devices to protect the oil and gas industries," unquote. That is who we would be siding with. Texas and the gas and oil industries. They make a lot of money from these machines. Cars now have emission standards. These machines don't. You've heard from other people. They're incredibly dangerous. With all due respect to the landscaper, and I appreciate everything that you've said, give me one more moment, please. The Lawn and Landscape magazine, this is a trade magazine. I'm not a landscaper. I know nothing about this. But the senior editor at this magazine, this is not a letter to the editor from one landscaper. This is a senior editor at Lawn and Landscape, had an article that included interviews with many landscapers who were afraid, as our landscapers are, who were concerned, who thought the machines are not as loud, so they're not as powerful. They had many worries and fears, but they found that they should have switched sooner, not just because they recouped their costs, as you've heard from others, within a year or two, but because overall their costs went down. Lower maintenance costs, lower fueling costs, the no time spent refueling, as you heard, but, and this was a shocker to me,
Ms. Friedman.
lower liability costs because their frontline workers are not being harmed. I urge you to pass this ban, as other local communities have done, and other parks and recs and public works people have been able to manage a full ban quickly. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stu Friedman. I've been following Hallie for 45 years. She's my wife, but it's not a good thing to follow her in public as a speaker, but I'll do my best. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience this evening. I just want to speak about the issue briefing that staff produced, which has a noble purpose, to reduce health hazards and environmental impact, but has in its substance and its ultimate recommendation very little of substance. The recommendation for 5 months out of the year is the least restrictive kind of ban in the nation. So the evidence that's brought forward in this issue briefing is a great example of what's known as confirmation bias. And that is when you overfocus on the information that supports your point of view, and you suppress or ignore information that is against it. And that's what we have in this issue briefing. There are the comparable communities, for example, are written about as though they demonstrated that this is something that can't be done, whereas a number of other communities like ours, as you've heard, especially Montgomery County, Maryland, which is a stellar example. They are now full year restricting. they're just like us, and they're not suffering difficulties. Maplewood, New Jersey has been brought up a couple of times. Their mayor spoke at a Delaware County Sustainability Conference in June, and I found out about her. So I reached out to her and said, hey, can I talk to you about this? And she was kind enough to share a letter that I want to read parts of. You have all received it. We began in 2023 with an ordinance to restrict these machines year-round. Almost 3 years into the experience, we have found that all properties look the same as they did before, or better. Landscape contractors are now mowing over leaves, mulch mowing, before blowing leaves off the properties to create a new balance without gas blowers. This has resulted in healthier lawns and, as a bonus, financial savings to our leaf collection operations because there's less tonnage being collected and transported than previously, as another speaker just mentioned. Since you're trying to address this environmental health and quality of life issue in your community, you will hear all sorts of talking points, particularly from landscape companies and even town employees, arguing against restrictions. You'll hear them saying that the industry of commercial-grade battery blowers is not there yet. It is. That they can't do their jobs with battery blowers. They can, and more. The reality is that restricting the use of gas-powered leaf blowers is possible and, in fact, important. I encourage you to look carefully at the health realities of these machines and take the bold step to join communities. I have just a couple of sentences to finish the quote
Please,
here.
one more sentence, Mr. Friedman.
Our ordinance was the change. I hope you as elected leaders will join this growing movement. Landscape businesses will prepare to stop using gas leaf blowers only just ahead of the effective date you set. This is the experience of every town that has passed this legislation. Seasonal allowances allow for adjustment. We must amend this to include an end date, and it should be sooner than 4 or 5 years from now. It can be. It's being done all around us. This is the Sustainability Manager's report does not give us the information that we need, which is, how did they do it? They did it. They did it. It's
Thank you,
being
Mr. Friedman.
done.
You got it.
We should learn from them. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Joel Nizio. I'm a landscape contractor in Lower Merion Township for the past 38 years. As an owner of All Seasons Maintenance and Design, a local contracting company employing multiple workers, Sure.
Thanks.
Sure.
Hold it close. Thanks.
As an owner of All Seasons Maintenance and Design, a local contracting company employing multiple workers, I am writing to formally object to the proposed township ban on gas-powered blowers. This proposed regulation raises serious safety, operational, economic concerns for our business and others like it. The proposed ban would not only disrupt existing service contracts, but may violate OSHA's general duty clause, which requires employers to provide a workplace free from recognized hazards, mandating exclusive use of battery-powered blowers, each weighing approximately 10 pounds more than comparable gas models, creates increased fatigue, potential health-related injury. These conditions directly conflict with OSHA's workers' safety guidelines. From an operational standpoint, our service contracts are price structured based on time required to perform tasks using gas-powered blowers. Forcing the use of heavier, shorter runtime electric models would significantly slow productivity, increase labor costs, compromise our ability to fulfill existing contracts and agreements. This represents direct interference with established contracts and financial viability of small local businesses. Furthermore, this ordinance imposes an unfunded mandate that unfairly impacts contractors and employees who rely on this equipment to earn a living. It creates unequal treatment by restricting one category of tools while allowing others to produce similar emissions to remain in operation. Given these serious implications, I strongly urge the township to reconsider the proposal and allow a full safety and economic review of implementation. Recommendations: conduct an OSHA safety review and ban to ensure compliance with federal worker protection standards. Schedule an in-depth review or public meetings with local contractors to examine safety data. Table this discussion for 5 years, allowing the industry time to develop lighter, longer-lasting equipment and improve battery technology, contract impacts, and realistic timelines. It's cost prohibitive. For me to put one blower on my truck, it's a $20,000 investment. The consumer, the prices are going to rise. Paloma and I do agree it's $20,000. It's in your proposal.
That's the time, sir.
Misconception of decibel level. The gas power are close to 100, but the battery power are 81.
Mr. Lanzio, one more sentence, please.
You gave everyone else time, but do you have any questions?
Nope.
No one?
We'll ask our questions after comment.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Cronin. My wife spoke earlier. I wanted to address some of the economic concerns because right now, everybody in this room and everybody in this township is paying a cost in the form of reduced quality of life from noise pollution, from particulate pollution, in the form of increased liability insurance, in the form of increased healthcare costs. So, the status quo is not free. It's the nature of an externality that the costs are diffuse over everybody in the community, and the benefits are borne by a small group of people. So when that subsidy is taken away, a small group of people is going to be upset, but it's the purpose of government to correct negative externalities. And right now, we have a situation where a negative utility practice is being allowed, and it's costing everybody. And the purpose of government is to fix that type of situation. So I would advocate for a stronger ban that goes into effect immediately and operates year-round. Thank you.
All right, Jody, do we have anyone online?
We do. We actually have 2 people with their hands raised. First is Alex Gianetti, and I'll promote him to a panelist. And he should be appearing momentarily. Oh, okay. Mr. Gianetti, there's one more person in the room who wants to speak, and then it'll be your turn.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a resident of Lower Merion. I've lived here for 60 years. I live in Wynnewood, and I love trees.
State your name, sir.
I'm sorry?
Your name, please, sir.
John McCauley.
Thank you.
I love trees and I love nature. I also do not like noise when I'm home. I had a bunch of notes here before I came, but I'm going to disregard those notes because I listened to everyone that spoke this evening, and I feel like everyone here really has the best of intentions. I have a little bit of a different viewpoint because not only have I been a resident in Wynnewood for 60 years, but I also own a large landscape company that services Lower Merion, Radnor, Haverford Township, and Chester County. And just as a note, you know, landscapers, we plant lots of trees, we do lots of good things. I don't want people to think that we're just out there, you know, making lots of noise and creating dust and pollution. Let's be clear that things will get better for noise and pollution. It's going to happen. I think it's ultimately going to be best for the residents and for the workers. So I'm for it. Not only will noise be reduced by battery backpack blowers, but soon many mowers, including robotic mowers run by batteries, will reduce noise and pollution. But mandating this too quickly will make life very difficult for small landscape contractors. I own a large landscape contracting company, and I'll do my best to spend significant money to work within the mandates. I may just be fine ultimately, but I am concerned about the smaller companies. The batteries and equipment are very expensive. They don't last long. And what do you do with them when you're done with those batteries? I'd like to know, maybe some of the people here, and I'm not saying this sarcastically, could help educate the landscapers and help us with what we're gonna do with all these batteries. I just ask that you allow contractors time to become educated and think about how they can achieve the work in different ways. Landscapers are the most creative people imaginable. They do hardscapes, they do plantings, they do maintenance, they do design. They'll think of ways to reduce whether it's dust or noise, but they need time. And yes, my company, similar to another person that spoke here, we do use mowers to cut, chop, and bag leaves, reducing dust and noise by reducing the need for blowers. So I just ask that everyone here, it seems like everyone's a bit polarized. It's like there's two sides of the room here. You know, one side who's saying, hey, we can't do this, and the other side saying, yes, you can. I just think we have to do this in a sensible way, and we have to work with each other. That would be awfully nice. Thank you.
All right, can we go to Mr. Giannetti now?
All right. Mr. Giannetti, would you please put your camera on? All right, we have oh, here we go. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Alex Giannetti. I'm the owner of Pat Calabrese and Some Landscaping. We do a lot of work in the lower Marion area. I do understand where all the residents are coming from, obviously from health aspects. And you know, there's the health conditions of the backpack blowers. You know, switching over to the battery operated ones, you know, I think we are still a ways away. The biggest challenge is going to be the cost. It is astronomical to switch over to these backpack blowers. Just as a kind of a quick reference, you know, we have about 20 backpack blowers that we use depending on, you know, our routes. And we have smaller routes, we have larger routes. But so just adding up all those backpack blowers, you know, one of them costs roughly about $680. The backpack blower that's somewhat equivalent, again, we're still comparing apples and oranges here, but somewhat equivalent, still not the same amount of power, is $1,700. So 20 backpack blowers for the gas backpacks would cost around $13,600 versus $34,000. The other major issue is that each of these backpack blowers have 3 batteries that use to operate it. And each of those batteries cost between $350 and $400. And they only run for about 45 minutes. The handhelds, there's no way we're going to be able to do any work with the handhelds. The corded backpacks, or excuse me, the corded handhelds, they wouldn't work either. We can't just have hundreds and hundreds of feet in each of our trailers, and then not being able to use, you know, generators to keep them charged would certainly be a very difficult way to try and, you know, charge all these. So we would have to, you know, somehow, you know, just purchase all these batteries, you know, to keep operational. Our fall cleanup season is basically from November all the way through the end of the year. It's not just November, and we use these in March as well. You know, it's really going to be a big economic problem for, you know, small companies. The guys, I call them the guys in the pickup trucks, they're not going to be able to do this. And the only way this will work out is if, you know, we're not going to be able to endure this cost. We're going to have to pass this on to the customer. You know, as landscape companies, we have very small margins that we work with, and this is just going to blow them out of the waters. I think we're on a direction of eventually getting there, I'm not saying absolutely not. I don't want to switch over to batteries. It's definitely going to be environmentally friendly and better for all the residents in the area. I just don't think we are near the capability of being able to do that right at this moment. If there's battery operated backpack blowers that are lasting 8 hours a day, sign me up, I'll buy them. They do not exist. Right now we're just comparing apples to oranges. And I do understand everyone's health concerns and everything, but from an economic, from a standby from myself, other landscape companies, contractors, it's definitely going to have a large effect that we're not going to have a choice to pass on to the customer. It's just going to be a large issue.
That was the timer. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, and here he comes. Mr. Doran, could you please turn on your camera? Okay, there we go.
Hi, how are you? I am Nathan Doran. I'm a resident in Gladwin. I just wanted to speak up that I own both a gas blower for my own use at home and an electric blower. The gas blower is superior. It's only about 2 years old, has an average life of about 7 years. As a resident of this town, of this township, I feel I have the right to use something I've purchased until the end of its life. I do agree about the pollution and the noise, but I should be able to use this until 2030 and it be phased out as planned, not this all of a sudden knee-jerk reaction by a couple folks. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else?
No one else has their hand raised.
All right.
To the board and to the audience. My name is Plunket McDermott. I've been landscaping roughly for about 45 years. And I'm not sure of the protocol for this meeting because I only heard about it today at 2 o'clock in a passing conversation with a landscaper. So in reflection to the residents, that I don't know if you passed an email or how the communication was passed through the township for the audience that is here to talk about the ongoing situation. So for all the doctors and people that have been talking, I landscaped, for an example, in 1982, all through Philadelphia Country Club, all around there, cutting 30 lawns. The means of cleaning a front walk was a broom. I had a son born in 1990, and it was explained to me that he had a breathing problem in Abington Hospital. I was sitting there, and I came to this country to play sports. Was always wondering why I was short of breath. So after that, 1990, I was analysed that I had asthma. So for all the people who's talking about health, I have used a backpack blower on several occasions during the fall, from October the 1st to the December the 24th, for 68 hours a day. I'm 65 years old, and I think if somebody was talking to me over there, I can hear quite well. Many other injuries, but not hearing and not breathing does not affect me after 68 hours. I understand the implications that is facing the board at this time, but also take into consideration that when we were doing cleanups with backpacks, on any given person here, let's say your expense is $1,000 to do a cleanup. Well, with battery operated or wherever it may be, you can multiply that by at least 3. So definitely, you are going to put people out of business they are not going to buy or afford batteries. Even at my age, I would consider changing my business. It'll start off with backpack blowers. Then it'll be weed whackers. Then it'll be lawnmowers. This is a grade A township. I have watched even the meeting when Liz Roden was nominated to this board. This is a Class A township where has Class A residents come to live here. So I understand the health reason, I understand your situation, but it's going to be a very expensive situation. And I don't even think all the community heard about it. I spoke to a person today on Mount Pleasant, Morris, Beaumont Road, and Prospect Road. Thank you. They had no idea this meeting even existed. So how is the rest of the residents going to have an input? And furthermore, I do believe, and I wouldn't be positive, but Radnor tried this last year to pass this law. And when they found out it was going to be in the extremes of 250 to 500,000 to change the school board over onto a process of battery-charged equipment, they passed it up. So also at this time, it's important for the board to take into consideration, are you going to give $500,000 to the school board for taxes to buy this equipment? There's a lot of things come into play. I would buy battery-operated equipment tomorrow. I actually own them, a weed whacker and a small push lawnmower. And that's okay, I have a little house, I can use it. But when I come out to the lights on Beaumont Road or people have 40 years, you have to take into consideration the people, it's going to cost a lot of money. On the final note, I'm going to just leave this with the board. I've been around here a long time. In 1982 to 1984, this township dissolved, taking the leaves from township people. Then they had a tax. We would pay a levy down for tonnage at $44 a ton in 1986 at the township building. Time. 70% of the, I know, but let me say this very importantly so this board knows. Because of the cost, 70% of the leaves in this township is transported out of this township.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
I leave you with that note because it's so expensive.
We heard it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, we are back to the original motion. Just as a reminder, this includes the 2 recommendations from staff about the snowfall and the definition change. It also includes the shift of the spring season by 1 month later, as well as the addition of the words "to protect public health" and the 3-phase rollout, wherein there is the spring exemption is removed in 2 years and a full ban in 4 years. So with that, I turn it over to my colleagues for questions, comments, debate, amendments, etc. Shall I call the vote?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll be glad.
Commissioner Bernheim, please.
Right. So I'm going to go on something that's really, somewhat minor, and apologize for not noticing this, earlier, but it's a question on the issue of enforcement, all right? But before I do that, just everybody was here. I have a sense that all of my colleagues would agree to everybody, and I do mean everybody when I say that, of appreciation of you coming forward this evening for all of the emails and information that everybody has sent to us during the number of years I've been on this board, and it's quite a few. I can assure you that everybody to my left and to my right, and I mean that literally, not politically, has read everything that you've submitted and has digested it, and there have been a number of emails back and forth amongst ourselves and discussions on every single one of these issues and topics that you have raised, and then some, and it is appreciated. That's what makes this process so unique. So I don't want to get off on a tangent. any more than I just have, other than expressing the appreciation to everybody, and again, underline everybody. So let me go to just something that no one has yet approached. In enforcement, I noted in section 9210, we have a process whereby if somebody, it says, violates this chapter, that means anything within the ordinance, that there, can be upon, an assessment, it's a criminal procedure, a fine of 100 and 250, and it goes up, and each day there's a violation, or that's, a continued violation to increase the fine. When I was looking at that, I was wondering, should we first have a warning? We do that in many other ordinances as a first step when we do that. And included in a potential violation of this chapter is an aspect which all by itself I have a little bit of difficulty with, but that is to say to those store owners that sell this equipment, you have to have certain notice provisions. This enforcement says, oh, you get a $100 fine, the next day you get a $250 fine and everything else. I don't believe it was drafted with the concept of enforcement against those store owners. I think this was designed for those who are using the leaf blowers when they should not have been, right? So we may need some type of amendment, A, warning to anybody, especially the store owners, so they would know, look, this is the type of advertising that the ordinance requires. Also, to anybody on a first-time violation, it would be a warning. And then thereafter, for those who utilize the leaf blower, then you would have the fines and the increased fines. Something would have to be different for the store owners than I think which is set forth here. I don't have specific language to that, but you can correct me if I'm wrong in that thought process as to what this was designed to do, and whether A, a warning seems to be something maybe my colleagues will agree to, and then B, if we have to do something separate for the store owners.
I can answer that the intent was not to fine store owners, $100 and so on for not having signage. I think that's accurate, and it makes sense to adjust that language.
All right, so maybe during this process, I'll see if I can tinker with some language, or somebody else can, that we can suggest in connection with that, as well as to build in a warning, type of provision. All right.
So, Commissioner, we have dozens of ordinances that have fines to them, and as a policy, staff always starts with a warning, but it's not written into the code.
And I have seen situations where, it is. My concern that drove me there was the idea of fining the store owners who may or may not be as attentive or following this as much as others, to be able to do something so it's, whether we do that operationally and agree that that's a process, or whether we do that, with the specifics within the ordinance, I guess is something that we can consider. But the way this is drafted, those store owners would have those compound fees. I don't know if that was the intent as well.
But I mean, those store owners with the typing out a piece of paper can all of a sudden be in compliance. So they get a warning, they put a sign up, and they're in compliance.
Right, and then somebody takes it. All right, there are a bunch of scenarios there. It's a good point. Thank you very much, Manager.
Commissioner Kramer, please.
Thank you. Paloma, thank you for all of your work on this. It's tremendous, and thank you for working with all of the parties to try to get as much input as you could. My question is, I share concerns of the landscaping companies in terms of, I don't hear any landscapers saying we don't want to do this. It's how can we do it, right, and still stay in business. I saw that the EAC mentioned something about buyback programs, which is I hope that we can continue to explore maybe grant funding in order to help support the businesses in the transition. Are there any other tools in the kit that we can use to ease the burden on landscaping companies, particularly the smaller landscaping companies that can absorb the transition costs that we could employ? Or is that part of the plan for making the transition, that we would work with landscaping companies to ease the transition financially?
Financially, what I've seen in other communities is either buyback or just a straight rebate for purchasing electric equipment. I'm open to other ideas. I haven't seen a whole lot beyond that. There's certainly also, the educational piece of it and making sure, that not only are they aware that an ordinance is coming, but using that time before an ordinance takes effect to educate on how to transition, maybe getting some folks with experience with electric equipment and mobile charging and things like that to demonstrate, as we did back in June, continue doing that type of education to help them get more comfortable and familiar with this equipment.
Thank you. I support the transition. And I support doing it in a time frame that everybody can predict. I would just propose that we work with the landscaping companies throughout the process as much as is feasible to help maybe get creative with regard to ways to ease the financial burden for them. And I'm sure that the companies themselves probably have some good ideas about that, because we don't want to run anybody out of business in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Courtney. Paloma, first, I have a couple of questions. One, I know in the ordinance it says that landscapers can't use generators to charge batteries, and absolutely makes sense, right? You're trading one problem for another. We heard from one landscaper that said the mobile charging unit, or whatever it's called, is a $6,000 piece of equipment. Is that correct? Are there other ways to charge these?
From what I've seen, so it's either have enough batteries to fuel you for the day, so you don't need to charge on the go, or have a mobile charging solution. Okay. Those are basically the two options. But that sort of like trailer setup is kind of what we've seen, where that in and of itself gets charged, overnight, and then it supplies power to the batteries throughout the day. Okay.
And from what I've seen, when landscapers are out, they're out from 8 in the morning till 5 at night. That's you're looking at 9 hours. If the battery lasts 45 minutes, you have a crew of 4 or 5. I mean, that's a lot of batteries.
What we heard is about 3 batteries per tank of gas is the.
Right, but if you can't charge, right, if you have a charger, you can use those 3 and reuse them. If you don't have that $6,000 piece of equipment, 3 batteries is going to last you, from what I heard, 2 hours to 15, something like that. You need, 12 batteries per person, right, to last the whole day. So that's a huge ask. And I think that's where this all comes down to, is that everyone on this board, I believe, really wants this to happen. Everyone in this township really wants this to happen. Every landscaper I've heard really wants this to happen. It's not a question that it can't be done, right? You could buy 400 batteries and make it happen. But it's what is a reasonable ask? And I think Commissioner Courtney's proposal of doing this in stages and, starting now and saying, hey, we intend to do this, get used to it, start figuring out how to do it, but also working alongside with the technology makes a lot of sense, and giving it time that there are solutions. And as, we've heard that, oh yeah, we're behind the curve. I heard that 113 communities in the country, I don't know if that's accurate, somebody said 113, communities in the country have done this. I don't know how many communities in the country, but that's probably 0.1% of the communities in the country. We are not behind the curve at all, I think. And we should be ahead of the curve, right? We are a community that should be in front of this. This is something that's important. We are a community that values this, that values our people, that values our health. Our job as commissioners is to protect the health of our residents. And this is a really important piece, but we can only do what practically makes sense. And I think this is something that we would all love to snap our fingers and say, we're going all electric tomorrow. I don't think practically that's realistic. We've heard it from the landscapers tonight, and I think another question I had for you is, you've spoken to people throughout this process. Has the reaction from the landscapers tonight been representative of what you heard throughout the process, or others saying, yeah, we can definitely do this, it's not a big deal?
I would say it's fairly representative.
Okay.
Can you say that again?
I would say what we've heard tonight is fairly representative from what we've heard from the landscaping community as well as our own staff.
No. So I think, and I've spoken to, there are some, in my the area of the township, there are some large institutions, and I've talked to some of them, and one of the big pieces of information I got is a lot of this, it's not driven by landscapers saying, how can I go out and use as many gas-powered, leaf blowers as I can? It's driven by the residents of this township who want pristine lawns. And I think the world has changed and information has changed that we're realizing that's not the right answer. We don't need pristine lawns. We heard this tonight. As you mulch the leaves, that's really healthy for the lawn. It's healthy for the bugs in the area and in the, everything within this community. We shouldn't be looking for pristine lawns. There are going to be some people who always want that, and they're going to have to pay a price for it. But I think it's going to take time for us to make this change, for the technology to make the change. It's starting. It's there if you pay enough money, if you do that, but it's not practical where we are now. We have a township that have some really small plots of land, and we heard from some residents, it's crazy that somebody on a small plot of land is using a leaf blower to just blow leaves around, but there are other plots of land in this township that are 2-3 acres large and bigger. That's not as realistic, and it's a different. We have a very diverse township, and we have to take that into account. It's not just we have to do what's right for one one subset of that. So I think the proposal that Commissioner Courtney brought makes a lot of sense. I think this is coming from a sustainability committee that cares as much as anyone in this world about our planet, about everything that's going on. It comes from commissioners who care as much as anyone in this world about that. It comes from our sustainability manager who cares as much as anyone in this world. This is not coming from a place of, we don't really care, we have to do this because, it's a knee-jerk reaction. This is coming from the right place, and if that group of people feels that this is the right way to implement it, I'm on board, and I think it's the right way to implement it. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Courtney. I was going to wait, as everyone else wants to wait. I will. I'll go now. Just something quickly to start with, because a fellow stood up here and he asked a fair question, which is like, why did I just hear about this today? I just want to clarify something, which is tonight all we're doing is having our committee meeting about whether we advertise this as an ordinance that the township's going to consider, right? I guess 2 weeks from tonight, if it's moved out of committee, we will have a Board of Commissioners meeting to decide where to advertise it. At that point, staff's intention is to go out and publicize it, because as you are seeing, what may come out tonight might be something different that we put out for people to see. And so what we need to do is finalize what we're going to put out for people to see, then we put it out, and then in late November, if the schedule holds, would be when we would actually have a debate about whether to adopt it. And at that point, because everyone will know what it is that we would be considering, because that's what we're sort of determining tonight, right? So it's part of the process that you haven't heard yet, because no one wants to go out and tell people, hey, here's something that the board might consider when it might change, right? We wait till we've kind of nailed it down, then we go and broadcast it broadly. But we are considering advertising this. And so I guess, I would have done this later. So I just want to thank staff, especially Paloma. I think this board asked you to do a lot of research. We asked Parks and Rec and Public Works to pilot a lot of equipment and try really hard, and to come back to us with kind of an honest assessment. And I think you just did a very thorough job, and we appreciate it very much for what we asked you to do. Part of what you did was we asked you. We're not the very first movers on this, right? And so other communities have started this, as we've heard, and we asked you to contact them and sort of learn what we can learn from people who have gone ahead of us, and we appreciate you doing that as well. And I appreciate staff's assessment of how things are working, with current technology. I think it's a very thoughtful recommendation that we got based off of current conditions. And so, as I'm thinking about it, it's much in the spirit of Commissioner Courtney's amendment. It's about going forward, right? It's not about where we are right now. I also want to thank the EAC and the Sustainability Committee. What you see tonight is a product of years and years of people working on this stuff. I remember meetings years ago where we were sort of bouncing around some of these ideas. I know many of these other fellow commissioners have been doing that as well. And I want to thank the public, everyone who came and spoke tonight. I think you will see that everyone is kind of listening and processing this. And thank you for the emails that you've sent and all the work that you've done on the issue. So I support what Commissioner Courtney has proposed. I think it's important to signal to residents and to the landscaping industry, like what we as a township expect the trajectory to try and be. And I think that's more important than just sort of saying, okay, we're going to do a seasonal ban and like maybe in a couple of years we'll consider something else, and no one knows how to invest, right? Because they don't have any sense of what we're going to do. So it's also important to set targets to meet, because if you don't set targets and deadlines, then you just don't ever really make progress on that stuff, and we should set ourselves goals, ambitious goals to try and meet. And so future boards can always walk it back if we're not there, right? Like, so if we get 2 years down the road or 4 years down the road and the technology's not there, future boards can extend the deadline, but at least we are working towards something and trying to accomplish something. By that point, by my count, something like 20 municipalities in the Northeast US, right, with trees, will have already implemented full bans, and so we will know a bunch by the time we start talking about eliminating the spring and the fall cleanup seasons. One of those is my hometown of Lexington, Massachusetts. I can tell you, I grew up in an area with leaves and debris and snow, and so I think we will learn a lot from that. So I support that. And more broadly, I support moving in this direction. I support the seasonal ban. I support getting to a full ban. I support eliminating gas-powered leaf blowers as quickly as we can. I think the health benefits are really, really clear. And the health impacts of these are really, really clear. And it's true, it's not just gas-powered leaf blowers, it's really all two-stroke engines, right? But these are clearly the obvious first step, and I'm pretty convinced that if you adopt electric technology for gas-powered leaf blowers, it becomes financially makes sense to do it for string trimmers and things as well. But in any case, the leaf blowers are clearly the most significant ones. They also have environmental impacts, and they also have noise impacts on quality of life. So really the question is like, what is the cost that you're willing to tolerate for these benefits? I find it interesting that of the communities, the many municipalities that have implemented seasonal bans, you don't see this massive outcry of our landscaping costs have gone up 3x, right? If landscaping costs have gone up 3x, right? Those townships would have been inundated with complaints. I can't believe you imposed this ban, right? Like if we did that here and landscaping costs went 3x, we would have public comment for an hour of people saying, what did you do? We didn't hear about this leaf blower ban, and now my costs went up 3 times, right? Like that's what we would hear, and that's not what is happening in this country. We are not seeing that. And so the question is, well, how is that possible? Because they think we don't do that. So in what it is, it's like people adapt, right? They adapt their workflow, they adapt how they use leaf blowers. If you don't have infinite amount of time because you have a tank of gas, you just run your electric leaf blowers for shorter periods and you use rakes or mulching or whatever for other times. But people innovate and they figure out how to get to it if you put the goal there, right? So I think we should put the goal there. And so I think the one tricky part, in the part that I have most difficulty with, is that we do have residents and also commercial enterprise that have stranded capital, right? They have just bought new gas-powered equipment, and we're going to ask them to replace it. We heard from a fellow who you said, he sent an email, said he just, had leaf blower, perfectly good gas leaf blowers, had for 15 years. Why does he have to buy a new one? But for that resident, it's a $150 leaf blower, lasts 15 years. It's $10 a year. It is a cost, right? The question is, what is the cost that residents should be willing to bear? So I will say that I'm not going to ask people to do anything that I'm not doing myself. Have bought all this stuff for myself. It costs money. I sold my gas lawnmower to buy electric lawnmower, so it's part of doing walking the walk. But even if the costs are somewhat higher, I'm not convinced that they're going to be all that much higher, but even if they're somewhat higher, we should accept that in the service of the health benefits, the environmental benefits, and the quality of life benefits. It is cheaper for chemical companies to dump their waste in rivers, and we don't let them do that, right? But we all, as consumers, pay more money because of it. We have higher costs. We don't allow lead paint in houses, even though lead paint was a superior paint to the alternative, right? Because lead paint has health consequences. We have catalytic converters in our cars, right? It makes the cars more expensive, it does, but it reduces environmental impact. We banned single-use plastic bags in this township, right? That required changing behavior and arguably more cost, and now what we just do is we just have a couple of bags in the back of our car, and we have adapted to that new regime. We require energy efficiency in new construction, even though that raises building costs. We do this all over the place when it is worthwhile. So really what we are asking is this worthwhile? Is the benefits worthwhile? And so this is why we need a mandate, right? Like, I fully believe that people should bear the own costs that they create, right? So if it becomes somewhat more expensive for residents, they're paying more themselves rather than imposing a cost on other people in terms of the health impact. Instead of imposing a cost on other people for the environment, instead of imposing a cost on their neighbors from the noise, we're just asking them to do it themselves. So if it were just me, if I were just representing Ward 12, I would just do a ban 2 years from now. No, Siri, please. My residents, overwhelmingly want that. We live in a heterogeneous township, right? And so we have different views in different places, in different needs in different places, and I recognize that. So the EAC's recommendation was to ban in 2 years. I'm supporting Commissioner Courtney's motion to do the phase-in, just recognizing that we're trying to find one policy that fits the entire township. But I was biking on Mill Creek Road. I'll finish with this, I'm sorry. I was biking on Mill Creek Road over the weekend. I bike all over the township, and often bike through Commissioner Grimes' ward because it's beautiful to bike there. And usually I hear lots of leaf blowers and lots of landscapers. And just this past weekend, I was biking up Mill Creek Road, and there was a crew raking leaves. And I thought, that could be Lower Merion. That would be amazing. Anyway, thank you, Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, President Steiner. Mr. Ross.
There's so many different facts, so many different, almost like two different religions here. People are quoting literature, people are quoting facts. No one's more interested in human body health than I am. And I think some of the facts about Montgomery County, Larchmont, New York have been proven to be wrong, but we stand by what our beliefs are. Larchmont is a population of 7,000 people. It is not a peer community. I mean, I'm just picking on minor things. Montgomery, there's positives and negatives. You're holding your hands up. But I want you to know, as a township representative, that we have an incredible staff. And I trust the staff. Thank you, Paloma, for bringing this up and doing such a fine job of research. We have close to 500 people working in this township, and they're wed to this township. And they want to preserve their health, and they want to preserve the health of everybody. So we're not just looking at the individual property owner, but we have reached out to Public Works and have asked them to incorporate what they can in working. We have financed it so they can get weed whackers, lawnmowers. We once tried a trash truck that was electric powered, but we couldn't, it was so large you couldn't pull it down the streets. So that went back. Some of the technology is just not there. And I love my battery operated leaf blower. I love it because it has no cord on it and I can walk around, but it is powerful. It does not last a long time. And when the battery goes, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, period, and how I'm going to dispose of it. So I just want the public to understand that we have a large number of people in the township that are doing their due research, trying things out, and progressing towards the point where we're all going to agree and we're all going to be happy without putting mandates on them, which may not be so wise. So I trust that right now our commercial property teams that go out and take care of the parks and the township simply can't possibly work with all electric. They just can't right now. But they're bringing it in, and they're trying it, and they're trying to use it in certain areas. So there may be a diversity of opinion, but we're all in the same ballpark, and you have an incredible township staff. So I applaud all of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Epstein.
Eloquent, so I'm not going to be. I never expected from this ordinance that there would be an exact trade-off from gas-powered to electric. That should not be the goal. This is largely an aesthetic issue. Leaf removal, there are areas where it is safety. For the most part, with these large properties, it is aesthetic. I cannot, in good conscience, the external cost is brought up by Mr. Cronin, again by President Sinai, apply that external cost on the health of the community for what is largely an aesthetic choice. And I'm going to get this wrong too, probably, but I would like to possibly amend your motion. Can I do this? I can do this. To say that from beginning January 1st, 2026, the use of gasoline-powered leaf blowers should be prohibited from January 1st to March 1st, as you stated, and shall be prohibited from June to October. Now, we go to January 2027, the use shall be prohibited from January 1st to October 1st. Full stop. And then beginning January 1st, 2028, full ban, and every year thereafter. So tightening it up a bit, just put it out there.
To clarify that instead of a 2-4, it's a 1-2.
Yeah.
Got it, gotcha. I will second
See how
that.
quick that was, too?
I won't consider it friendly, just in case it fails. I don't want to have to make my motion again.
It's okay. Do I need a second? I need a second.
I seconded.
Oh, you did? Oh, I heard. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
It's late. Okay.
You only heard the unfriendly part again. Commissioner Kramer.
I've been working on this issue for at least 4 years on our sustainability committee because I determined early on that this is one of the most impactful efforts that we can make to address climate change. These are so polluting that there are a lot of things that we can do that are going to have an impact. This will have the biggest impact of just about anything that we could do. During this last several years, I have heard over and over again from constituents in my ward, Ward 13, and overwhelmingly, with I think one exception, my constituents have supported a complete ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. In part because of the health effects, in part because of the noise, and in part because of the pollution. I fully support phasing in a ban over 2 years rather than 4 years, because we've been looking at this issue for 4 years and thinking about it and analyzing it for 4 years, and it's time for us to actually do it. I would also support a program to subsidize the transition for our residents and for our landscapers, as our sustainability manager proposed to our sustainability committee last year. Unfortunately, the proposal to create this incentive, a financial incentive program to encourage the transition, was never brought to the full board for consideration. And I hope that that proposal will come before the full board this year for consideration. The cost of it was going to be about $150,000 to set up a website and to provide incentives. And I think that that's money that is well spent for our community. And I hope that this will be brought forward for us to consider as part of our budget deliberations this year. It wasn't brought forward despite our sustainability committee considering it and supporting it. It wasn't brought forward to the board last year. In sum, I absolutely support Commissioner Epstein's amendment.
Commissioner Zeloff.
Thank you, Commissioner Courtney. I want to start with a question for Paloma. I understand that some of the work you have done was working with neighboring municipalities, and your very thorough memo provided information about municipalities in other places. But please tell us about our neighbors, and please tell us about our region, because I believe that Lower Marion Township is the only, well, let me put it this way. We're one of the few that are considering this, and today there are no townships in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with the kind of ban that we're talking about.
As far as I know, there's no municipalities in Pennsylvania that have this ban or any seasonal or year-round restriction on leaf blowers. I know, I believe someone alluded to this in the comments, that Swarthmore brought one forward for consideration. It has been tabled. There are, as a slight correction, there are a number of communities that are considering it. Many of them are looking to see what we do before they act.
So you did say that when we were conversing this week. So what's your expectation about our neighboring communities? And here's why I'm asking. Because the gentleman here representing contractors and the contractor who've spoken tonight, they don't know or care really where the borders are, right? We live in a region, and we have contractors who service our region. And so down the road, maybe not tomorrow, but down the road, it would be ideal if our adjacent municipalities we all had the same rules when it comes to this issue. Is that a reasonable expectation? Is that something that you are working with other municipalities on? Tell us where you think that goes, or how we get there. Maybe that's a better way. How do we get there?
There's an organization called Penn Environment that has been kind of working behind the scenes to gather communities that are interested in this type of ordinance, to get them to start talking to each other. And that's how I know that there's other municipalities interested in this, and I've had conversations with their representatives. I think if you use the plastic bag ordinance as an example, when we were considering ours, we looked at the way that those were crafted in other communities, and followed along, and others followed along once we had ours. So I think it's reasonable to expect that there will at least be efforts for regional cohesiveness around ordinance, because as you mentioned, it makes sense. Someone working in Lower Marion, across the street over to Haverford or into Narberth, they might not even know that they're doing that. And so it's certainly helpful to have consistent rules across municipal lines.
So is that something that you, if this moves forward in our process, is that something you plan to engage in and to make it a priority?
I would be happy to do that, yes.
Because I think this really works if that occurs.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't occur, it's much more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
For the contractors in their future, for compliance in this township.
Right.
And so while we're talking about municipalities, there's a lot of good public comment tonight. But it's not good comment to say that we are somehow lagging. I asked Ernie, how many municipalities are there in this great country? I guessed 10,000. He said 80,000. So there's 113 that have some sort of ban. Okay. But we are leading, not lagging. Having this discussion tonight with lots of public comment from contractors, tremendous staff work leading up to this, and work by commissioners, and what Paloma just told us, we're leading what could occur nearby and beyond in southeastern Pennsylvania. And I think that's a very important point. Some comments were made about listening to residents. So in this room, we were all listening to all the speakers. We also listen in other ways. We get a lot of emails, we have lots of conversations. To my surprise, in my ward, when I sent out an email last week, I got a lot more response than I expected that opposed this, opposed the proposal. And so I went and had email, back and forth and some conversations to try and understand, to try and explain that I think that what's been proposed in Paloma's very thorough memo that had tremendous substance, I thought, was a good place to start. So, I worked through that, but there are, we heard from Commissioner Gavin, this community, we have people live in dense areas with small parcels. We have people live in less dense areas with large parcels, and people with the small parcels hire contractors or do it themselves, and people who have large parcels hire contractors or do their landscaping themselves. We have all of those combinations. It's true. I mean, there are people with large parcels who love to do yard work, and they don't use, I shouldn't generalize, the ones who've contacted me don't use battery power blowers because they don't meet their needs. So other categories of pushback were cost, more rules that that the residents have to pay attention to, questions about whether this really will be beneficial environmentally. So those are the sort of the categories of pushback, but I think it's a reasonable start. The technology's not where it needs to be, but it's continuing to improve. Is it improving as fast as we expected? I'm not sure. I have great confidence, and I wish Donna were here, but I'm sure you will pass this on, Ernie, in the work of our Parks Department, in evaluating what works on our large parcels that we are responsible for. I think they've tried to work with battery-powered equipment and are continuing to do so. But noise and fumes are a quality of life issue here and everywhere, and that's why I think that this is a good place to start, as the memo proposes, with the exception that I believe spring should be defined as March, April, and May. So it'll be 6 months on, 6 months off. And let me conclude by saying, as President CYNWYD did at my house, we cut our own lawn, and I have a battery-powered leaf blower. I can't stand the gas-powered leaf blowers. You have to mix the oil and gas. They're heavy and loud, and then there's lots of fumes. So I don't use one. But we have all the issues have been talked about tonight. We have a proposal to phase out their use, and I think it's a good place to start. Thank you.
Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. Before I start, just for clarity, so Commissioner Epstein put an amendment out that hasn't been considered.
That's right.
And I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying I walked in here with 2 amendments, but I now have 4 because of the amendments you proposed.
We have one motion on the floor and 1 amendment to that motion.
I'm sorry?
There's 1 motion on the floor and 1 amendment to that motion currently.
So I guess the question is, would you like me to state my amendments now when I'm in my comments? So then we'll have,
Would it be all right with you if we dealt with the amendment that has been proposed and then I come back?
Yeah, that's fine, but I'd like to make a few comments first and just to sort of foreshadow.
Sure.
So first of all, so thank you. Thank you very much. And let me thank everybody who's here and those who've participated virtually by Zoom. I also, and I suspect all 14 of us, have heard from many people on all sides of this issue. I will tell you that there seems to be, for better or worse, almost no agreement on the facts about costs, about extra labor involved, about just about anything with this. So, what we have to do is sort of sift through that and make our own judgments based on what everyone has said. I will also, as Commissioner Zelloff did, thank our staff for the really, I thought was a very good memo and that raised a lot of issues and a very good draft ordinance. I've said that to Paloma privately, and I'll say that here. I think that I think a lot of us agree on the end game here, that we want to reduce reliance on gas-powered leaf blowers, if not eventually ban gas-powered leaf blowers. I think what this discussion seems to center on is how we get to that point and when we get to that point. And my perspective is going to differ from what some of my colleagues have said, although I think I'll be consistent with what other colleagues have said. I found the staff memo, as I said a moment ago, very persuasive. And I note in there that the staff, based on their experience, sees a continued need to use gas-powered leaf equipment for storm cleanup, spring and fall cleanup. And I know, because that was raised with respect to the person who raised it, they use gas-powered blowers for spring cleanup and envision a continuing need to do that. And I think that will be for our residents the same way. Staff found that electric equipment is currently not available or suitable to meet the needs of township equipment operators while providing the same level of service. I will note that I personally have at least twice in this forum asked people to email me brands and model numbers of electric blowers that do meet equivalent standards of the gas in terms of performance, and I have yet to get an email. And that's just my experience, but I've raised that twice at this board. Staff also found that work using electric leaf blowers requires additional investment and labor hours to complete. We've heard a lot of conversation tonight about the cost of buying the equipment. What we haven't heard a lot of discussion about is the extra I don't want to call it man hours, person hours required in terms of personnel that operate the equipment that will need more time using electric blowers for the foreseeable future to do the same kind of job that some residents want. Certainly, my motivation is I see the benefits, the health benefits, environmental benefits of moving to electric equipment, and I don't oppose doing that in a reasonable way. I also, though, in addition to the other things I've already raised, don't think it's important to remember that the decisions we make tonight will probably have a material economic impact on those residents of our township who own larger properties. Even with a partial ban on gas equipment, those who have larger properties are going to bear the brunt of increased costs associated with the longer labor time needed and the more staff needed to complete the landscaping work that, whether you call it, they need it, they desire it, it's what they want to do on their properties. And they will be paying more because it takes longer and more people to do that work. Something our staff has found, and certainly the landscapers who were kind enough to reach out to me, and some residents have told me that also. I've heard of estimates of prices that prices could go up as much as 25 to 50%. I don't know that that's true. But what I do believe is that there will be a very substantial price increase, at least in the first few years associated with the increased labor. I don't think that's equitable. I don't think that any of us should assume that a resident who has a larger property in this township can necessarily afford that any more than any other resident of this township can have. And I'm particularly sensitive to residents who, of course, some have owned their properties for decades. Some tonight we've heard have owned their property for decades. They moved here in this township knowing that they were going to be able to maintain their properties a certain way, and certainly not with an expectation that they were going to be asked to bear higher costs that others will because they own larger properties. So I think we need to be careful with that. So having said all that, as I said earlier, I have no intention of opposing the restrictions on restrictions proposed on gas blowers, or even most of staff's proposal. I do agree that less use of gas-powered equipment will have the beneficial effects that so many have discussed. So at the proper time, I will suggest some amendments, but let me just outline them now, just very briefly. I came in here tonight thinking that we should have a 3-month window in the spring, just as we are proposing to do in the fall. The reason for that is because we don't know, a 2-month window could create a compression of demand for our landscapers to do the work that they must do with leaf blowers. It could further lead to a further increase of costs because they can't get to everyone that wants their services. They may have to hire people, which leads to increased costs. They're passed on. Further, just like our experience with paving in this township, there's weather. When the leaves are wet, when they're heavy, it's hard to do the work with gas blowers. It's probably even harder to do it with electric blowers. So I think initially having a 2-month window is too short. I suggest that we err on the side of a 3-month window, whatever it would be, whichever 3 months that would be, and go from there and see how it works. Secondly, well, that was the first and the second were the same. The third is that I believe that we should start the ordinance beginning in January, as staff has proposed, but that we should delay enforcement of the punishment by fine for a year. So that would leave us a year for some education, to educate people as to what's expected and give the landscapers, whether people do it themselves or with commercial landscapers, some time to adjust. This is what we chose to do with red light cameras. We delayed the enforcement of fines on red light cameras to give people a time to adjust to that. I think there's the same argument works here. Let's go with a year of education. I highly doubt that if we do that, every landscaper is going to wait until December 31st, 2026 to dump their gas-powered blowers for any time of the year, because people will have noticed that it's coming into effect and they'll start making adjustments. The last thing that I am going to suggest is that we not phase out the windows at a definite time at this point. Why? Because we don't know when the technology in electric is going to be sufficient so that there will no longer be a need for the township or anyone else to use gas blowers. Could be 2 years, could be 3 years, could be 5 years. We had conversations at this board several years ago about using EV police cars. And at that time, the discussion was, well, they could be used for civilian purposes, but not to chase perpetrators around the township because the power isn't there. It's now probably 3-4 years since that discussion, and the technology is still not there. And by setting an artificial deadline that is not based on anything but a desire to phase out gas totally at some point, I think is arbitrary, it's guesswork, and there's no need to do it. I would also note that if time goes by, which time will go by, when time goes by and electric blowers are up to snuff so that they're as effective, I don't even know that we would need, I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have a phase out totally at some point, but I'm not sure it would be needed. Because if the cost of electric is lower and it will be just as efficient as gas, I'm sure that every contractor and resident will be buying electric anyway. So I'm not sure why this arbitrary deadline would be needed. So now that I've given that explanation, Mr. Chairman, at the proper time, I will make these motions with, I assure you, a much shorter speech. Thank you.
All right. Why don't we vote on the amendment that is on the floor, which is to change the phase-out schedule from a 2-year, 4-year to a 1-year, 2-year schedule. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are we at today? 3, 6. Are we at 12 today?
No, 13.
13. That amendment fails.
You might as well go through somebody may abstain, so go through the vote. Go through the
Sorry.
Yeah.
All opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Any abstentions? Thank you. All right, so that amendment fails. Commissioner Grimes, would you like to make an amendment?
Bear with me. My next amendment, based on the motion that you made tonight, would be to restore the start of the spring period on March 1 and end it on June 1.
Can you refer to the section of the ordinance?
If you give me a second.
92.6A.
I'm sorry, it's 92-6, Commissioner Bernheim, 92-6A. So it would go March 1 to June 1. That's part of it anyway.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Any comment on the motion? All right. All those in favor of changing the spring window, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That amendment fails.
Okay.
Commissioner Grimes.
They're mine.
What's that?
Next one is to amendment to section 92-10 enforcement, to add a clause, and this is on the sheet that all of you have in bold at the bottom, that enforcement and punishment by fine pursuant to 92-10A is not authorized on or before January 1, 2027, but a warning may be sent to the violator. This is a new provision that, again, in plain English, enforcement starts, but no fining residents until next January.
If I may, I was going to make an amendment to that, which, based upon your comment, would incorporate what you recommended. Could I present that? Would that be
Why don't you present it?
permissible? Thank you. So, the point I raised before about my concern with having fines imposed upon the retail establishments that may be selling this, in essence saying to them, look, we want you to advertise our ordinance. I think that's our job. And there's another portion of the current provision. The first sentence currently reads, any person or entity who violates or permits a violation of this chapter. That portion of or permits a violation, so I hire a contractor, I'm not home, I don't know what they're doing, they use a leaf blower. Have I permitted that? Is that a problem? So dealing with all of those issues, that meaning the one that you raised, Commissioner Grimes, about 1 year sort of moratorium, the permit of violation, and dealing with the store owner or retail shops, if there's going to be some requirement on them, I make the following suggestion. That first sentence would then read, commencing 1 year after the adoption of this ordinance, any person or entity who violates this chapter by improper use of a gas-powered leaf blower upon conviction of a summary proceeding, etc. So it limits this only to fines for the misuse of the leaf blower. It does not start until 1 year after the adoption of the ordinance, and it strikes that reference to or permits a violation and limits it only to the one who is using the leaf blower. I sure will. All right. Commencing 1 year after adoption of this ordinance, any person or entity who violates this chapter by improper use of a gas-powered leaf blower shall, upon conviction of a summary proceeding, blah, blah, blah.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment to my amendment, if that's what someone might be looking for.
Was there a second on your?
Oh, I don't know that there was yet.
Sean seconded the amended amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we have an amendment, we have a second. Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. I don't think that we need a year of not doing this. I think that if a landscape company gets a warning, whether it's 2 weeks into the ordinance or 2 months, they'll understand that they shouldn't do it. They don't need a year to figure this out. A warning of a violation is all they need. Thank you. Sidewalks?
President Sinat.
Thank you, Commissioner Courtney. I was wondering if Manager McNeely or Paloma could talk and say a little bit about how they envision enforcing it.
Neighborhood.
So broadly, it would be complaint-based, so somebody sees somebody using
I mean,
a leaf blower.
you figure out someone is using a gas-powered leaf blower. It's your, you're allowed a $100, like, it's a first encounter, like, hey, do you know? Or it's the first encounter,
I think
our
it-
law says this, here's the ticket.
I think our practice is generally to issue a warning first. That would, I imagine that we would act consistently with that.
Okay, so the ordinance basically gives you license to do the fee, but like the practice of the township is, a somewhat warmer, gentler engagement, like we would imagine that this township does, like education first rather than, okay. So, yeah, I'm not going to support this simply because, the way I understand it is that it also does not allow us to give a fine on the second, third, fourth, or fifth violations, right? There are no fines allowed at all in what Commissioner Bernheim said. And so given that, it's as if we don't have a ban, right? So,
Can I just ask a question? Because respectfully, what you said about the warning is not in the ordinance. And I would think there might be, I don't know if it's an equal protection issue, but if the police come out to enforce because it's after hours and they see someone and give them a warning, as opposed to what the statute requires is a summary offense, I think that raises issues.
The problem's the other way around. It's going to then be arbitrary, and the first time you go to enforce a fine, it's going to be challenged, and we're going to lose.
okay, so then I will withdraw the warmer, gentler part. It's kind of irrelevant, and I will just simply say I'm not going to support 0 fines for the first year, because then we might as well not have an ordinance. Thank you, Commissioner Courtney.
Commissioner Gavin.
I have the same concerns as President Sinai. I would like to propose maybe after this is voted, if it's appropriate at that time, to say the first offense is a warning, the second offense is a $100 fine. Essentially, add a warning as the first, and then push everything down from there. After this, I will make that proposed amendment.
Silence the phone, please, sir. Thanks.
So, that's it.
All right, Commissioner Whalen.
At the risk of confusing us further, I fully support Commissioner Bernheim's language revision with regard to the second piece of anyone who essentially allows a permit. So I'm wondering if we can split those two, because I would also support Commissioner Gavrin's attempt at revision, because I do agree with Commissioner Bernheim and Commissioner Grimes that we need a kind of a phase into the warning / fine. And so I would agree with Commissioner Gavrin about that, but I'm just wondering if we can split, because I like the language.
Take the amendment as is, and should it fail, we'll make another one.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'll just make a quick comment on it. I am also opposed to this change. Commissioner Grimes, in your earlier comment, you drew an analogy to red light cameras, and my recollection of why we delayed on red light cameras was to give LMPD time to understand better how to implement the enforcement of red light cameras, not because people don't know the law of stopping at a red light. And I feel the same thing here. When we pass an ordinance, it is the job of the landscaping crews and the residents and the homeowners, whomever, to understand that the law is that you should not use a gas-powered leaf blower. And then I also defer to our staff who and our police force who have ample experience in enforcing our ordinances to understand when a warning is warranted versus when a fine is warranted. Commissioner Zilla.
I'm going to briefly say that I support the amendment. I certainly support enforcement of all our codes because most people know them. I'm particularly unhappy about repeat violators. This, however, is very different. This is brand new. Most people in this township don't even know this discussion is happening tonight. And in fact, the landscaper said it. And so there's going to be a long learning curve. And part of what Paloma's going to be doing and staff's going to be doing is educating repeatedly the residents and the institutions and the commercial businesses, commercial property owners about this far-reaching change in our code. And so I think an extended period of warnings in this case for those reasons is appropriate.
All right, Commissioner Bernheim has asked for one more chance to make this all better for us.
Yeah, let me see if I can like mesh all of this together to get us behind it. So from what I read before, if you would then scratch that first predicate, which says commence 1 year after adoption of this ordinance, and then now the first sentence would read as follows. Any person or entity who violates this chapter by improper use of a gas-powered leaf mower shall first receive a warning and thereafter, upon conviction, in a summary proceeding, blah, blah, blah. That way, the first thing out of the gate would be a warning, then the next thing would be upon conviction for misuse of a gas-powered leaf blower. For those individuals or entities that actually use it, they would be subject to a fine.
Commissioner Grimes, would that be considered friendly?
Yes, it would.
Just
All
a
right.
very quick
Who was
point
the
of order,
seconder?
or point of
Excuse me,
clarification.
Commissioner Whalen, 1 second. Just who seconded that one? Is it Commissioner Kramer?
Commissioner Kramer.
Commissioner Kramer, is this also friendly to you?
I'm sure.
Okay, we have a revised amendment. Commissioner Whalen.
Just one quick point of clarification. Commissioner Bernheim, you revised the one piece that I wanted to revise. You're still keeping in the deletion of the other language that you already said, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Violate.
Right, or permits a violation
Okay,
is
perfect.
is
Thank
out.
you. Okay. President Simon.
So just two questions. So, sorry, this is what happens when we do this on the fly in a meeting, which everyone knows I love. So the first is that, Commissioner Bernheim, your intent is that this never expires, right? That this is always a warning first.
Correct.
You've described. Okay.
Right.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're proposing. The second is, so we have a situation where it's like the same landscaping firm, but it's a different person in the truck each time. What is a first violation?
Well,
This might be for the manager because we already have a schedule of first, second,
It's any
third.
person or entity.
That's
So that would be the
why it's a
entity
legal
would-
question, so entity wins here.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That was my clarification.
Each crew needs
All
its
right.
own LLC.
All those in favor of the amendment on the floor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All those opposed? 1. All right, amendment carries. Commissioner Whalen, I don't think you need yours anymore, is that correct?
No, I'm all
Great.
set.
All right, Commissioner Grimes, back to you.
Thank you. My last amendment was, now, just for Clara, and I apologize for needing a clarification. I believe, I believe that the ordinance as proposed does not have the automatic phase-out of the permissive windows, correct? Because President Sinai, I believe you spoke about having an automatic phase-out, or so did Commissioner Kramer, about having an automatic phase-out of the permit. So total ban on, I'm sorry, say it differently, a total ban on.
The motion on the floor is,
This is where it's, I'm sorry.
is the approach that I have in my email,
I'm
which
sorry,
is,
there's where it was, yes.
it's the 2-4.
So, my amendment, thank you for reminding me of that, because it makes this up much easier, at least for me. My amendment would be to delete section, your 92.6A, which, with the language that you added in 92.6A, which beginning January 1, 2028, and every year thereafter.
So removing the 2-4 phase out, and so
Yes, correct, thank you.
leaving indefinitely the spring and fall exemptions.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second to that amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Bernheim. Is there anyone who?
Can you please repeat it one more time so that we know what we're voting
So the amendment effectively brings it back to what the initial proposal by staff was, such that there is no phase-out schedule. The spring and fall exemptions will exist until a future board removes them.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this one, or should we vote? All right, all those in favor of the amendment on the floor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That amendment fails. We are back to my original motion with the change that Commissioner Bernheim and Commissioner Grimes amended regarding the initial warning and the removal of the permitted, the finding the one who permits the violation. Commissioner Kramer.
I would like to make an amendment. I would like to amend in 92-6, paragraph A, this is in your memo, I would like to change January 1, 2030 to January 1, 2029.
Okay.
So what that would do is leave the seasonal ban in place for 2 years, and 1 year later, have a full ban.
I will second that, but will not do it friendly for the reason I stated before. So this adjusts the 2-4 phase out to a 2-3 phase out.
Shortening the total ban by 1 year.
Did you have any more? Or?
No, that was it. I just was explaining that this would just shorten it by 1 year.
It's shortening phase 2, or phase 3. Any comments on this one? All right. All those in favor of the amendment to go from 2-4 to 2-3, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That amendment passes. We are at a 2-3 phase out. Are there any other amendments or discussion? Commissioner Churchill, please.
Even though we've voted on this, future commissioners may either want to accelerate or decelerate this progress.
That is correct. Any
I'm not-
ordinance we
I'm not
have
gonna
can be
worry
changed
about
by a future board. All right, I don't see any other hands, so we are now voting on the motion on the floor. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Motion carries 8-4. And President Sinai, that concludes the business of the Sustainability Committee for the evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Courtney. Yeah, Anthony's not here, so it's in 6-7, right?
It's 8-4 is 12.
Oh.
Did I miscount?
Yeah, so,
No, it was, you can count me as a yay. 9-4.
9.
you missed counting Sean, so it's 9-4.
Sorry.
It's okay, we'll be voting on it in 2 weeks anyway.
Get my speech.
Okay, so we're going, so if I can ask people to exit the room quickly, because you are done, but we are not. We still have 4 more meetings to do this evening.
We still have a meeting occurring, people. Please exit the room.
So you do have a video.
That's my teaching voice. I've been looking for that for years.
Okay, so we are going to move directly to the next committee meeting, which is the Finance Committee, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner Zilloff.
Thank you, President Sinai. There are 8 items on tonight's Finance Committee agenda. My hope is that we will get through 8 faster than the sustainability
If
got
I can ask the
through
people in
1.
the room to, if you're going to have conversations, please do it outside the room. Thank you.
First item on tonight's agenda is for the Finance Committee to consider awarding a contract for renovations to the basketball court in Wynnewood Valley. To advance our discussion, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for Wynnewood Valley basketball court renovation to the following low bidder in accordance with bids received on Thursday, September 11th, 2025, with the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and approval of the Director of Parks and Recreation and the Township Engineer to Mayfield Site Contractors in the total bid amount of $181,890. Do I have a second? I do, from Commissioner Churchill. I'm going to call on our Chief Financial Officer, Adam Shumsky, to tell us more.
Thank you, Commissioner Zelov, and good evening, Board of Commissioners. This first award for you this evening are for improvements at the park along Remington Road. It includes the complete removal of the existing basketball court, grading, or reorienting the basketball court 90 degrees so it fits in the topography better, fencing, and stormwater features.
Okay, Adam, thank you very much. Is there also a garden included in this scope of this contract?
A rain garden is part of the rain storm water features.
Okay, so my question for staff is who's going to maintain the garden? I'll look to our manager.
The idea of a rain garden is that there's not much maintenance required of it. It takes stormwater from the basketball court and soaks it into the ground.
Okay. There was a first contractor, and by mutual agreement, we and the contractor agreed to terminate the contract. Did the township incur costs with that initial contractor, including payments to them?
Not associated with this project. They never mobilized.
So no payments were made?
Not on this contract. We had several at the time that they were able to wrap up in other capacities, but this one was never mobilized, and no
Okay.
costs were incurred.
You may have said this, but I would note that this bid is 13% less than the construction budget prepared by our township engineer. So with that, I think I jumped the gun on questions, but I will ask if the member of the public in the room has any questions or comments. Seeing none, Jody, any members of the public with questions or comments online?
No one has their hand.
Thank you both. Members of the committee with questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Bernheim.
I probably shouldn't do this at 9:20 at night, but your predecessor would be really upset if I didn't. Can you explain a backboard assembly for $23,000?
I presume that is all of the features, and not necessarily just putting a backboard on a pole. That being said, it's not out of the realm of the other bids that came in.
Well, I know, the other, like $15,000 to $23,000, I just.
And I would have to
no
look at
idea
the
what it
bid
is.
specs to see exactly what that entails.
All right, thank you very much. Nevertheless, there's still the low bidder.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Commissioner Churchill, this item is in your ward, I believe.
Yes. You asked a question of, just responsibility of taking care of the rain garden, other things. Even though I would view that as the township's responsibility, we do have a Friends of Wynnewood Valley Park, which they have a very good history of cooperating and improving the park. So if, the township doesn't want to do it, the Friends will.
Thank you very much for pointing that out. Friends groups do really add great value to our parks. Other committee members with questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Rossman.
Commissioner Churchill, this is desirous of the neighborhood to have this redone? In other words,
Yes.
full-court basketball?
The reason, at least when I was playing basketball, is if you missed, it would go into the creek. This way, it'll just go to another field. So yes, cocking it 90 degrees is going to save.
Okay, but the neighborhood wants,
Yes.
okay, good. Thank you.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Any who abstain or oppose? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. All right, item 2 is for the committee to consider awarding a contract for commingled recycling services. This may look familiar. Adam?
Yes.
Oh,
so-
I'm sorry, before you
Please.
speak, I'm going to make a motion. Jody, I'm still learning. The finance, I will move, in order to keep this moving forward, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for recycling services to Waste Management of Pennsylvania, Inc., in accordance with the bids received on Thursday, September 18th, 2025, with a recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and approval of the Director of Public Works, period. The actual total expense and revenue will be determined by total recycling tonnage and the commodity values, which will fluctuate throughout the year. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. And I made the motion in that way because I believe the value is dependent on the market price. Therefore, to have a motion with a specific value would not be appropriate. You're shaking your head yes. Now I'm calling on you, Adam.
So remember, from this summer, we originally put out our bids for commingled and paper recycling. During that time, we realized that the bid specifications were not satisfactorily updated to reflect the flexible plastics that were recently introduced into our recycling stream. And at that time, the low bidder intimated to us that they could not accept those materials. We put the bid back out with option A and option B service levels to provide flexibility, field more bids, and also consider maintaining these materials in our recycling stream. You'll understand our surprise when the same low bidder appeared on our bid specs when we opened the bids last month. We learned from the account executive that they were incorrect, telling us that they couldn't receive these materials. So in doing due diligence, several of our staff, myself, Assistant Public Works Director, Refuse Supervisor, and our Sustainability Manager took a field trip to Waste Management's Northeast Philadelphia facility, which is, had a major renovation in the past year. It's a pretty impressive facility to walk through. We did see with our own eyes these plastics going through the process and being baled at the end of the process. So unfortunately, never had to come pass. However, all bidders that bid last time held at their summer prices or reduced their price. So at the end of the day, we have a contract with a bidder at a lower cost than our current contract to receive, process, and market the materials, including these flexible plastics.
Thank you very much, Adam. Are there any members of the public in the room who have any questions or comments on this item? Yes, sir.
Hi, Thomas Rookham, newly rezoned to Ward 4. Sorry, Commissioner Kramer. But I will be brief. I just want to say thank you to the board for considering this process and encourage you to accept this bid. I appreciate that you noticed that some of the materials that were not accepted in the bid that came back over the summer, and this is a great process and actually came out with a great result, save money, and be able to accept the same materials we have. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Other members of the public in the room with questions or comments? Jody, any online?
No one has started.
Okay. Commissioner Courtney, I think the member of the public who just spoke summed it up quite well, and thank you for your seeing this at the time that was back in the summer. And now I call on you.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff, and I should thank our sustainability manager, Paloma, for alerting me to it. She was first on it. I was not quite fully here when I came back in the room. Did you motion for option B? I know they're the same cost.
Yes. I think that's what the contractor
Um,
said they would do.
I just want to make sure
I do not believe that I included that in the motion.
Is it necessary?
Is
I
it
just want to make sure
necessary?
we're getting the flexible plastics.
Right. I left out the price on the memo because it's fluctuates with the market.
Right.
So,
Well, there is a fixed price in this contract that will not fluctuate. It is offset by the price of recycling commodities. So while there's a fixed price of over $161 a ton, it will be offset by whatever the commodity market does. So that's why it's showing you right now, the current price in the commodities is $51, bringing it down to $100 a ton.
but it'll fluctuate by market price and by tonnage.
But the 161 is fixed.
My question is, do we need to specify that we
You
want
should
option
specify,
B?
you should specify B, yeah.
Commissioner Zoll, would you like me to make an amendment to that effect?
Sure.
I move that we amend the original motion to specify that we would like option B.
I'll consider it a friendly amendment. So then, no need to vote. President Sinai.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Zoloff. I just wanted to echo what the member of the public said, which is, I think it's great work by staff and this board to send this out. We had some concern about what the bids would come back at, and they came back exactly the same. And I especially want to commend staff for when the low bidder said, oh no, we really can do this. Staff said, we want to make sure. And I'm grateful you took the field trip. I think that was a smart thing to do, and I'm delighted that we have this outcome. Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff.
Other committee members? Yes, Commissioner Rossman.
What exactly are flexible plastics?
They include, and we have a flyer that speaks to some of this, but this would include things like bubble wrap, bread bags, mesh plastic, things that in older facilities can get caught in the gears and slow down and make the process stop.
Okay.
So it's, that's why you see only certain facilities able to accept and put in bids on this, because it's a reflection that they've made the capital improvements to handle these materials.
Thank you. So things that are flexible.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Other committee
Second,
members?
I have
Yes.
another question.
Yes, Commissioner Rossman.
We're paying them to take this away, correct?
We do
A
pay,
$250,000. But they're going to then take it and they're going to make money from what they take from us. So,
and we get credit back based on where the market is, and that's kind of the why it fluctuates so much. So the bidder gives us a fixed price, and then we get credits back for where the market is, and that's where the fluctuation comes, because the market moves based on supply and demand.
thank you.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Okay, the motion has been made and amended and seconded. I believe does the seconder accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, on to item 3, which is for the committee to consider awarding a contract for stormwater, sanitary sewer lining, and manhole reconstruction. I'm going to make the following motion in order to keep the things moving, that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for stormwater, sanitary sewer lining, and manhole reconstruction to Vortex Services LLC in the total bid amount of $278,998, and Advanced Rehabilitation Technology for $78,749.20, for a combined total bid amount of $357,747.20, with the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and approval of the Director of Public Works and Township Engineer. Do I have a second? I do from President Sinai. Adam, can you tell us more?
So the sanitary sewer lining and manhole reconstruction is a pivotal part of our inflow and infiltration remediation program, reducing the inflow into our sanitary sewer system of groundwater and other point source issues. It could be thought of as the paving list of our sanitary sewer system. The sanitary sewer lining is scattered around the township. Areas in Haverford, Bryn Mawr, Ardmore, and Ballackinwood are on this list, on this current award. The manhole reconstruction has various sites in Villanova and Gladwin, and as well as the intersection around Mill Creek Road and Old Gulf Road as well. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
And I would note that the total bid award between the two contractors is 6.3% less than the engineering estimate.
And I'm ready for any questions Mr. Bernheim has about the bids. The one ad alternate that is not being awarded is exponentially higher than the other ones because of the size of the piping. The slip lining costs just grow exponentially as those pipes get wider.
Okay, well, hopefully you do not have to repeat the answer since he is absent. Does the member of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Jody, any online? Seeing none. Okay.
I have one question.
Yes, but just a moment, Commissioner Churchill. I did intend to ask Adam, are these two contractors currently providing services to the township for this work?
That I do not have prepared to answer. I can get back to you on that.
Well, let's see if Ernie knows that answer.
I don't believe either has the current contract, but Public Works has checked references on both.
Neither have the current contract that's currently underway.
Yeah.
Right. So both are new bidders, new contractors. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. Just a point of information, how many manhole covers do we have? How often do they need to be replaced? It seems like every year we're replacing a certain number. I always thought that manhole covers last 100 years.
This is, Commissioner, this is not manhole covers. This is basically resealing the inside of the manhole underneath the manhole cover. So it's going down into those old brick manholes and sealing them so they're not getting infiltration inflow into them.
Okay.
But you're right, manhole covers last for decades and decades.
Okay.
If not 100 years. Okay, committee members, other committee members, questions or comments? We will try and keep going before the committee completely disappears. Yes, Commissioner Rossman.
I agree with Commissioner Churchill. I would expect manhole covers to last more than a couple decades. That's
Yep.
just a comment.
Yep. Did you hear that comment, Ernie?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Rossman?
I would expect manhole covers to last more than just a couple decades, but.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? One abstention. Right, that was a good abstention. Okay. Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously with one abstention. We will then go to item 4 on tonight's Finance Committee agenda, which is for the committee to consider making an authorization to dispose of surplus township equipment. I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the disposal of surplus township equipment by public auction or in the event of unsatisfactory or lack of bids. The Chief Financial Officer shall have the authority to arrange for disposal or rebid at a future date per the list attached to our agenda. Do I have a second? I do from Commissioner Gavrin. The motion, motion's been made and seconded. Adam, can you tell us more?
This is an item we bring from time to time as the Township Fleet Department Division works through and cycles through equipment. Provided in the list are mileage and hours. We'll remind you that not all vehicles, their health and longevity can be denoted in mileage because they may run for, hours and hours at a time and not necessarily moving at that time like a police vehicle. 1 hour on average is equivalent to about 33 miles of driving based on performance for certain vehicles.
Are you referring to the idling that was brought up earlier this evening?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify. All right, do any members of the public in the room have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, does anybody online have a question or comment? Okay. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? President Sinai.
Adam, your disclaimer about hours notwithstanding, like some of these lines seem to have, at least to the eye, relatively, low, service amounts. The Ram 5500 service truck at just under 18,000 miles, like 17,800, no hours listed. Are there stories behind that? I guess the way of rephrasing my question is like, you have a scheduled replacement year of 2019. We're clearly 6 years past that. Is it the scheduled replacement year is just here as information, and staff is evaluating whether the equipment is still effective, and that's how they're deciding whether to replace, or are they replacing things on a schedule, prophylactically?
I think Ernie can advise on the long-term practice, but I think staff takes careful consideration of the performance of the vehicles, and on occasion you get a lemon, and not that we're selling lemons necessarily, but it's not just look at the list and sell a vehicle. Every vehicle has a story, and is analyzed based on its past performance.
Yeah, while we have an estimated year of replacement, we keep things longer than that in many cases. If it's in good shape and still functioning well, we put it on this list when it's reached the end of its useful life based on condition primarily.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Zella.
Other committee members with questions or comments on this item? Okay. Seeing none, I will call the question, which has been made, the motion, which has been, the item has been moved and seconded.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, I'll say. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Okay. On to item 5, which is a resolution for the committee to consider recommending with regard to funding of our 2 pension plans. Adam, can you tell us more?
This resolution tackles 2 items. It allocates the state aid, of which we recently took receipt from the state for 2025 to satisfy our minimum municipal obligation to the pension plans, and it also establishes the employee contribution rates for the following year. The state aid that came in this year, the unit value grew almost 6%, which is following a several-year trend of that unit value showing substantial growth. In total, the township received just over $3.2 million of state aid for pension funding, of which nearly 2.6 million will be deposited into the police pension fund, and the balance of $641,334 into the employee pension fund. That leaves a residual amount that the township general fund will have to contribute into the police pension fund, and that amount is $360,304.88, which is a near $150,000 savings from what the township budgeted, again, owing to that state aid unit value growth. Next year's MMO, based on very conservative projections of state aid, is budgeted at $450,533 for 2026. As I mentioned, this resolution also establishes employee contributions. All employee contributions are now set at 5%. The employee plans longer tenured employees, we're working through a step schedule to get up to 5% along with newer hires. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
And what this will result in the 2026 proposed budget will be $60,000 less than the amount in the 2025 approved budget,
Correct.
which is of note. These are important calculations for our two well-funded pension plans. And I draw that, the emphasis on well-funded, since many municipalities cannot say that. Do committee members have any other questions or comments? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. It seems like the last 3 or 4 years, we have been contributing to this pension fund. Before that, we, unless my memory serves me incorrectly, we weren't making contributions to our pension fund. And I know Commissioner Zeloff, you probably know we are oversubscribed on this. Last time I heard a figure was like 102%, no?
So I believe the, one of the two pension plans has a funding that exceeds 100%. And I believe the other is close to 100%. But I'll ask our manager, who will know with more certainty than I.
The employee plan is slightly over 100% and gets a credit back for the amount it's over in terms of the MMO, the minimum municipal obligation that you have to put in each year. The police pension fund is down to about 96% funded ratio. Still well-funded, but not at 100%, which means that 4% that we're missing has to be made up as we make our pension contributions going forward.
So in the next couple of years, this trend of contributing to the pension funds will continue.
And it's been longer than 3 or 4 years we've been contributing, but yes, it will continue and will likely grow, unless, of course, we keep having great increases in the state aid that comes to us for pensions.
Let's hope for a budget first. Yes, okay. I was just concerned because it seemed like when I first came on board that this really wasn't an issue, and it's grown every year to be an issue. So
there was a time when between member contributions and state aid, the township did not have to contribute, but that's been a while.
The good old days.
The good old days.
But Commissioner Churchill, they weren't that long ago because you and I were here. And maybe even Commissioner Bernheim was here. Okay, we're on discussion. Do other committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Do any members of the public in the room have any questions or comments, Jody, or any online? Nope. Okay, I'm going to move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution required by State Act 205 allocating 2025 pension state aid and setting employee contribution rates for 2026. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any in opposition? Or are there any abstentions? There are not. Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Okay. Continue with the theme of allocating funds. This time it will be for us to consider allocating funds that have come from the state to the Volunteer Fire Relief Association. I'm going to move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution authorizing township staff to disperse the 2025 Commonwealth state aid allocation in the amount of $831,754.73 to the Lower Merion Firemen's Relief Association. Do I have a second? I do, from Commissioner Grimes. Adam, can you explain this?
This is an annual receipt that passes through the township from the state to the said Fire Relief Association. It comes from a similar but not exact same, or not exact similar pot of money as the pension aid. This year, the increase from last year's 4.8%. It's one of the higher year-on-year increases I've seen in my time in the municipal business for this revenue stream. After confirmation and adoption of this resolution, the township will transfer those monies to the Relief Association.
Thank you, Adam. Do the members of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Jody, do the members of the public online have any questions or comments? They do not. Okay, committee questions or comments. I will note that the Lower Merion Firemen's Relief Association is a separate organization. It is not controlled by the township. It has a separate board of directors. We allocate these funds to this Relief Association. The Relief Association has significant assets, and I think it's appropriate for us to encourage the board of the Relief Association to spend some of those funds for the approved purposes that are in the state regulations in support of our 6 volunteer fire companies. Do any other committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Okay. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your hand. Any abstentions, raise your hand. Madam Secretary, that item also passes unanimously. Okay, on to item 7 on the Finance Committee agenda for this evening. It is for the committee to consider authorizing the advertisement of an ordinance for solid waste fees that would go into effect in 2026. So I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice of intent to adopt an ordinance to amend the code of the Township of Lower Merion, Chapter A 167 fees, to provide a 5% increase in fees relating to the collection of solid waste from residential properties for each subscription level, and the 3 are mini can, standard, and enhanced, and all optional rear yard collection service levels. Do I have a second on this item? I do, from Commissioner Gavrin. Adam, can you tell us more?
This is in keeping with the discussion last month around the Solid Waste Fund and the Finance Committee's recommendation of 5% increase to those fees as part of our initiatives around the fund's solvency for 2026.
Thank you. Do any members of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Seeing none, Jody, do any members of the public online have any questions or comments? Okay. So Adam, last month we reviewed and discussed the recommendation that would not only include this increase in the fees, this increase of 5%, but we also discussed adding a fee for the weekend, the 3 weekend public cleanups that occur at the dumps, the
Cleanup weekends.
Cleanup weekends, thank you. And we also asked staff to take a look at the special collection fees. Can you tell us when we will see those 2 proposed changes?
We're discussing internally, and my goal is to bring that for endorsement at the November Finance Committee meeting.
Both of those?
Yes.
In one agenda item?
Yes.
And is there a reason you didn't want to wait on this to include this with those?
The solid waste fee here, we need to send out mailers, so the timeliness of this, since it impacts all residents with those, with the main service, it's the timeliness of getting out the mailers, notifying them of the increase and providing them the ability to make any adjustments to their subscription level, is the main impetus of putting this out first.
Okay, that, then I would ask staff to consider if the committee and the board do recommend fees, or do approve fees for the cleanup weekends, as well as new fees for the special collections, that there be a way to communicate those also to the members of the residents in our community, so they aren't surprised.
We'll work with the Public Information Office and get the word out on that as best as we can.
Okay, well, mailing it to all residents is the most effective way, I would note. So, I think I did public comment. So I led off with questions. Do other committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Courtney.
Thanks, Mr. Zeloff. I alluded to this when this came up last month. This is the usual speech about how we came to a compromise, but I do want to talk about some of the policy around the solid waste fee. When the Finance Committee leadership was presented with a gap in the fee, or sorry, a gap in the solid waste fund, and we were asked, the initial proposal was to cover that gap through increases in fees that are larger than what's proposed here. I know in the past it has been a policy that the solid waste fees cover the entirety of the cost of solid waste. I am opposed to that kind of policy when it comes to the solid waste fund. It is a way, in my opinion, of taking a mandatory township service and turning it into a regressive flat tax on residents instead of making it part of the general fund and part of a property tax. But that being said, I do believe in compromise, and so while this will not cover the entirety of the gap in the fund, we will make up the difference through a transfer from the general fund. So it's the usual, the three of us, none of us were happy, so we did the right thing.
A little bit of unhappiness was where we ended up, and that's been our approach. Other committee members with questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Gavin.
I'm grateful to the Finance Committee, and thank you for compromising. I think that's what we should be doing on this board, and that, you know, we have 14 people. Everyone has different opinions on how to solve problems, and really appreciate the three of you doing that. I look at it differently. I don't think this is a flat tax or regressive tax, part of a property tax. I think this is a service. I think it's something people use. Other townships have kind of privatized this, and I just look at it differently, and I think it's appropriate to pay based on usage. That's, you know, again, 14 people, different opinions, and I appreciate the work done by the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Okay. Other committee members with comments or questions on this item? I would note that we are legally obligated to tax all property at the same rate, commercial as well as residential, and commercial properties are not included in this service, so they would get a higher tax rate with no benefit. And so that is I think, important to point out. So with those comments and the motion made and seconded, all those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously, and that brings us to our final item on tonight's Finance Committee agenda. It is for us to set the calendar, well, to set the public hearings for the proposed 2026 budget. I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice that the proposed 2026 budget and the proposed 2026 to 2031 capital improvement plan are available for public inspection, and that 2 public hearings will be held on Wednesday, November 19th, 2025 at approximately 7:30 PM, and Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 at approximately 6 PM. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. Do any members of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Seeing none, Jody, are there any on Zoom with questions or comments?
No, that's okay, Bruce.
Great, thank you very much. I would note that the times are approximate, and I would note that these are the two public hearings that are part of our cycle for consideration of our budget. Committee members with any questions or comments? Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
I'm just wondering when the proposed 2026 budget and the proposed CIP will be available for our review.
I will ask our manager to respond on that.
As is typical and as is required by law, it will be presented to the board in early November, first week in November.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously, and President Sinai, that concludes the business of the Finance Committee for this evening.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Zalov. 2 down, only 3 to go. The next committee is the Grants and Community Development Committee, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner Epstein.
Thank you, President Sinai. Buckle up. It's about to get exciting, everyone. Okay. We've got 2 items on the agenda. We're going to make up some time. First, I motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution authorizing the Township, you can all read it, to submit a grant application in the amount of $1 million to the DCED Local Share Account, LSA, to partially fund the accessible trail link from the Kinwood Heritage Trail to the Norfolk Southern Trail. Second, oh, Waylon's got it. Can I get a really tight explanation, Brandon?
Asking for a resolution to get $1 million for a project that would save us money on the CIP budget.
We love it, okay. Public, no comment, Jody, we're alone. Any questions or comments from the committee? No, I don't see any. Let's call the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Moving on, second item. Get the energy up. Making a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution authorizing the Township to submit a grant application to the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, DCED, Municipal Assistance Program grant application for a tree protection code review. We all love trees. Can I get a second? Commissioner Woodring, thank you. Paloma.
I have a couple friends who want to come back in. Just kidding. This is to authorize a resolution to submit a grant application to the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development's Municipal Assistance Program. The grant would be for $10,000. Our match would be another $10,000. The full cost of the project is in the proposed 2026 budget, so this would help offset that.
So it's kind of free money. We love that. Okay. Public, any comment online? Nobody's online. Questions or comments from the, yes, Commissioner Zella.
Commissioner Epstein, I am very appreciative of staff pursuing this grant, because in the absence of this grant, I don't think we should do this work and otherwise do it in-house without a consultant. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Because we all like free money. All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. And that's the business of the Grants Community Development Committee. We've concluded, and that's record breaking. Yes, there we go.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Epstein. We are going to give you all future committees. Our next committee meeting is the Open Space and Township Properties Committee. Recognizes Chair Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. We have one item on our agenda this evening, and that's the authorization to execute a lease agreement. I would like to put the motion on, and if it's seconded, we can talk about it further. Consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the execution of a 20-year lease for New Horizons Senior Center to assume operations at the renovated ASHBRIDGE House facility. Do I have a second? Commissioner Gavin? We do. Ernie, would you be the appropriate?
Certainly, Commissioner. We've talked about multiple times. We're spending $5 million approximately renovating ASHBRIDGE House. with the intent to have New Horizons Senior Center begin operations there. We've worked with the solicitor and with New Horizons to draft a lease. While it's a 20-year lease, there's a 7-year out and an out every year thereafter, and after the 7th year, in case either party wants to get out at that point. It's a $1 lease, like our leases for other senior centers that we lease to in the township. They would like the lease to become effective February 1st. They're still working on the process of acquiring all the furniture and the kitchen equipment and everything they need to be set up and ready to go. But the lease has gone through discussions back and forth and been drafted by our township solicitor. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this issue? Seeing none, commissioner comments, questions. Commissioner Gabbard.
I am beyond thrilled to support this. This has been years in the making. Ashbridge Park is, you know, I hear a lot of times it's one of the jewels of the township. It is centrally located, relatively centrally located within the township. And the house really has been used twice a year as a voting location. And it is something that has been needed to be done, and really grateful to our Parks and Rec Committee and our staff, who has done a wonderful job renovating the building, making it handicap accessible. This is an incredible use. It will not overly tax the park. It will not create negative externalities. This is something that's desperately needed. It's desperately needed for the seniors in our township. It's needed for this Class 1 historic resource. And, you know, just thrilled to support this. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Yes, Commissioner Kramer, sir. Yeah.
I hesitate to do this in light of the hour, but
Don't worry.
there's a section 9B under commercial general liability insurance, which provides a combined single limit of only $1 million per occurrence and a general aggregate of $2 million. Given the fact that we've spent $4 to $5 million to renovate this property, is this adequate, or do we have some other form of insurance to cover the unlikely event that there might be a fire that could damage it and could well exceed the $1 million provided in this agreement?
That's a common requirement that we impose on our tenants, our senior citizen tenants in our buildings. But our property insurance, if we had a loss, would step in and cover anything over and above.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Jody, is there anyone online that has any questions? Thank you. I'll call the questions. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Those opposed, abstaining, seeing none, so this passes unanimously, and that concludes the business of the Open Space and Township Property Committee.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Churchill. Our last committee meeting for this evening is the Economic Development Committee, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner Gabbard.
Thank you, President CYNWYD, the meeting we've all been waiting for and why everyone showed up tonight. Economic Development Committee. I will start with our one item on the agenda, and I'll start with a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the township to enter into a memorandum of understanding with AMTRAK to jointly market and pursue the development of properties at the Ardmore Station through a master developer process. Do I have a second? Vice President Kramer, thank you very much. Brandon, let's go with an explanation, if you would.
Certainly. Last but certainly not least, and I'll keep it quick given the hour, before you is a memorandum of understanding between the township and AMTRAK, which only commits the township to entering into a joint venture to market the properties behind Lancaster Avenue adjacent to the Ardmore train station for potential development. That's all that it commits us to. The memo does outline that this is going to be a joint effort where both parties, both the township and AMTRAK, will have equal say in searching and potentially selecting a developer. That is all that it does. It does not commit the township to pursuing a developer or a development project per se, but it does outline that the intent is to construct, at minimum, at least 500 parking spaces, as well as other uses on the site.
Okay, great, thank you very much. And this is a really important property, right? It's the Ardmore train station, which is being renovated. And if we were at a different stage of this project, I would imagine this room would be just as full as it was before. But where we are right now, this is a memorandum of understanding to explore, working with AMTRAK to explore marketing and pursuing an opportunity. So we are not, as you said, we're not committing anything now. We are just saying we will look into it. Is that
That is correct, Commissioner. We are just looking and saying that we are open to the possibility and inviting potential master developers to provide us with some options that we can assess with AMTRAK.
Wonderful. Okay. Do we have any questions or comments from the public? Anyone online? No? Any questions or comments from the board? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Gowron. Just to add one thing to all the explanation, I think one of the things I'm excited about this MOU, one of the things that it is intended to do is that we as a board have been discussing for a long time and also have heard loud and clear from members of the public that there's a need for a large amount of parking in Ardmore. And this is how we accomplish that, right, is to sort of go down this route. So being able to explore this to hopefully deliver parking in Ardmore, I think is very exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Zellow.
Commissioner Gavrin, it's been 20 years of community review for what was at one time called the Ardmore Transit Center and this parking structure. What this will also do, President Sinai, is with Amtrak's now enthusiastic participation, which we have not experienced, is ideally include frequency of train service in Ardmore. And this community will benefit greatly from that. And so this is a great step forward.
That's a great point. Thank you, Commissioner Zellow. Any other comment? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously, and that completes the business of the Economic Development Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Gavrin, and anyone in the public. That concludes the business of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners for this evening. However, my colleagues, we are not done. We have a brief executive session in the caucus room.
I agree.
Sorry.